to resolve the Ukraine crisis within 24 hours of taking office. While we haven't seen concrete actions yet, the question remains, could today's inauguration mark the beginning of that countdown? As for Trudeau, his name surfaced after Trump reportedly told him last month that if Canada couldn't afford U.S. tariffs, it might as well become the 51st state. And this was further amplified by Trump sharing a new map of North America showing both Canada and Greenland as part of U.S. territory, an idea that quickly gained attention online. Well, so these are just some of the keywords that reveal the diverse range of issues and personalities shaping today's global discourse. To explore these topics further and revisit the key policies from Trump's first term, let's hand it over to my colleagues in the studio.
Thanks, Shimon. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our special live coverage of Donald Trump's presidential inauguration. We will be providing you with real-time analysis. I'm your host, Li Jingjing.
Hi, everyone. I'm your host, news anchor, and former Washington correspondent, Wang Guan. Good to see everyone here. Tonight, we'll be seeing history unfolding right in front of our eyes. Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. What can we expect from his inauguration speech this time around? Will that be an enhanced version of his America First policy 8 years ago? What can we expect from Donald Trump when it comes to his policy vis-a-vis China?
And in this studio, joining us are two fantastic analysts. Anna Tangen, a senior fellow at the Taihe Institute, and John Gong, a professor of economics at the University of International Business and Economics. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you very much for having us.
Yeah, good to be here.
Today is a very important day for the United States and also probably for the whole world. So how are you guys feeling?
Well, I'm looking forward to the 5th season of the Apprentice Washington edition. I see a cast of very photogenic but highly expendable people. And already Ramaswamy has disappeared from the cast. So we're looking forward. I mean, it's going to be a really tumultuous
Who will win the Celebrity Apprentice this time around?
Well, it's not going to be Musk. You know, the money is saying that he's in there, but Donald Trump. Remember, he ran on this idea that I should be president because I'm rich and I have a huge social following. A little envy there. I mean, Musk has 10 times or maybe 20 times the number, and also he's richest guy in the world. Okay, but he cannot be president, luckily, because he was born in South Africa. There's a question about him coming into the country. Apparently, somebody said he was, the documents show he was earning money prior to applying for his green card, which would make him ineligible. Kind of a little sticking point, but I'm sure we can get over it because he is a genius.
Yeah, and like as Simone mentioned in her introduction, Elon Musk is one of the keywords during the survey, right?
Absolutely. Come on. I mean, he's everywhere. Even Donald Trump, he comes in the room, I can't get rid of this guy. Come on.
Yeah. Professor, how about you, from a perspective in China?
Well, it reminds me of the first 4 years of Donald Trump. It was a very eventful period of 4 years, thinking about trade war with China, the pandemic, and the January 6th resurrection. Now, this time, I think there is no doubt that he has won this election with a landslide victory. I think, indeed, he has the votes of American people. So it will be interesting to see what he's going to do in this next 4 years. I think he ran this campaign on the promise of bring the prices down, keep the border safe. And I would expect he will take drastic actions in the first few days into his presidency to round up illegal immigrants, probably. And I think, from a global perspective, it's going to cause a huge wave of ramifications around the world, particularly America's neighboring countries, North and South. We'll have to see what's going to happen to Canada. We have to see what's going to have to happen to Mexico. I mean, these are the things that the recent United States presidents have never even touched upon, even remotely. And this is something really, really profound in my view. America is changing because of Donald Trump. It's becoming an entirely different country. That a country that I'm not so familiar with it anymore. I guess Wang Guan, you spent many years in the United States. I did that too. It used to be a country that's very, very different.
It's a country I had fond memories. When I arrived in Washington, it was December 23rd, 2011. We're talking about G2, right? Two great economies, two great people, two great cultures in the world working together to solve the world's problems. Barack Obama was a big fan of working with China as a partner, not as a rival necessarily. But look at what can happen in the span of 10, 12 years, right? Here it is, Donald Trump. I mean, as a correspondent, 4 years ago, I was at the Capitol covering his inauguration speech. It was a very early morning. We wake up at 5 a.m., security check at the Capitol. It was not as cold as today, obviously. So I was really looking and seeing what will come out of the mouth of Donald Trump. 4 years ago, it was America first. This time around, we don't know. He says he's going to secure the borders. We've heard from reports indicating that people who are familiar to the matter say that he will be securing the border. But let's not forget, it is a 3,000-kilometer border, and only about 500 were secured, or so-called secured walls were built in his first term.
Yeah, but he hasn't been promising the wall on other issues, because he can declare a state of emergency. People don't realize that in the United States right now, there's about 50 states of emergency that are in place.
A lot of people here in China expect it. He seems to be suggesting some good signals to China that he wants to start a good working relationship with President Xi. They had a very friendly conversation. So these are some good signs. But I fully understand why he's doing this. He has things that he needs China's help at the moment, and probably this tariffs and also the trade issue with China is probably taking a little bit of a backseat. I don't know. You agree with me, Aina?
No. I think, look, he was told categorically by people. I mean, he doesn't like to listen to people, but they said, look, 60% tariffs. We import 3.8 trillion. All right, a huge part of that is from China. You slap those on, prices go up. All right, the Chinese manufacturers who are making 5% gross margins aren't going to absorb. They can't absorb it. Yeah. So he was told he can't do that. So what is he going to do? He's been backpedaling on that and saying, well, I'm going to impose some, and then I'm going to threaten more, and this type of thing. But
we'll come back to this question later. But before we continue the discussion, let's review some of his policies during his first term. Because Donald Trump's first term as U.S. president from 2017 to 2021 was unlike any that came before. Trump recalibrated American politics, narrowly lost his re-election bid in 2020 before returning to the political fold in 2024 to seal a second presidential term. CGTN's Jim Spellman looks back at Trump's first term and the questions surrounding his second term.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
Donald Trump's first day in office back in 2017 ended in controversy as he disputed the estimated crowd size for his inauguration, setting the tone for the 4 chaotic years to follow. On foreign policy, Trump used trade as a weapon, placing large tariffs on allies and rivals alike, including China, triggering counter tariffs on American goods. The net result for the U.S., higher prices, lost jobs, and reduced economic growth. Trump is vowing more tariffs in his second term. Trump questioned traditional U.S. alliances and threatened to leave NATO, but engaged with U.S. adversaries, including traveling to the DPRK to meet with leader Kim Jong-un. Trump has vowed to bring a quick end to the ongoing conflicts in Ukraine and Gaza, but has revealed few details. Trump was impeached by the U.S. House of Representatives over allegations he pressured Ukraine to help him politically.
He has betrayed our national security, and he will do so again. He has compromised our elections, and he will do so again.
But he was acquitted by the Senate. Trump pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal. He also withdrew from the Paris Climate Agreement, but President Biden quickly rejoined the treaty in 2021. Trump says he will once again cease U.S. participation after he's sworn in. Trump took a hard line on immigration in his first term, using defense funds to finance a partial wall along the U.S. border with Mexico, falsely claiming Mexico would pay, and he banned those from some Muslim-majority countries from entering the U.S.
But we're taking people out of the country. You wouldn't believe how bad these people are. These aren't people. These are animals.
Trump is taking an even harder line on immigration heading into his second term. vowing to finish the wall, reinstate the travel ban, block refugees from Gaza, and conduct mass deportations. Critics say Trump stoked racial tensions during his first term. He seemed reluctant to blame white supremacists for deadly protests in Charlottesville, Virginia.
I think there's blame on both sides, and I have no doubt about it.
And pushed for crackdowns on protesters following police killings of African Americans, including ordering protesters forcibly removed from the park across from the White House, setting the stage for a controversial photo op. The COVID-19 pandemic saw Trump bouncing between calling for lockdowns and mask mandates while fast-tracking vaccine development and then appearing to disavow some of those same policies while suggesting unproven approaches.
And then I said, supposing you brought the light inside the body, which you can do either through the skin or in some other way.
In November 2020, Americans elected Joe Biden for president, but Trump refused to accept the results, making unsubstantiated claims the election was stolen. The final lasting image of Trump's first term, the attack on the U.S. Capitol by his supporters on January 6, 2021. He was impeached by the House a second time for inciting insurrection, but again acquitted by the Senate.
Donald Trump takes office with his party having narrow control over both chambers of Congress, solidly conservative Supreme Court, and fewer guardrails in place than when he first took office 8 years ago. Jim Spellman, CGTN, Washington.
And Anna, I want to bring this question back to you because during his first term, Donald Trump emphasized he's going to bring manufacturing jobs and factories back to the United States. And this time he also promised a manufacturing renaissance, basically as the centerpiece of his economic plan. So what are the impact for his previous policies to global supply chain?
Well, he disrupted the global supply chain through the tariffs, but he didn't make America a powerhouse in manufacturing. The issues in America is that you have higher wages. Land costs more. It costs more to build. There's a lot more red tape and things like this. You have to have environmental impacts. Now, he says he's going to do away with that. But his policies are interesting. He says he wants to cut the value of the dollar in half, all right, literally, because he says, well, if you cut it in half, all our products are, much more competitive. But I don't think that will raise inflation dramatically. Then tariffs also raises inflation. Take 15 million people out of the economy who are doing jobs right now. They're not just loafing around. They're doing jobs. He's going to clear them out. That means that people are going to need people to work there. Employment is actually low right now. There aren't a lot of people who are going to work, for minimum wage to clean bathrooms and all these things, or pick fruit, whatever. So there's going to be a shortage. Prices will go up. And the question is, what will he do about it? He's not ideological at all. So I think he starts to pivot.
But he has this very stubborn view of, us versus them and the winning and losing when it comes to deficit versus surplus. That's why he's so insistent on imposing tariffs on China, because he thought that deficits with China is a bad thing. It's something that he developed over time according to people close to him. It didn't work. And Professor Zhang Gong, let me ask you, it didn't work. And the jury, 5 years ago, you can see the jury was still out. And now, not anymore, if you look at figures. In 2016, America's trade deficit with China was $350 billion US dollars before Trump took office. And last year, or the year before rather, in 2023, $380 billion US dollars, increased by 30 billion US dollars, the US trade deficit with China.
Yeah, well, first of all, let me add a note on this issue about reshoring of manufacturing. I think probably reshoring of manufacturing happens more during the Biden administration. I think we should give the administration some credit that indeed in the last few years, manufacturing has really grown in the United States. You see, some landmark big factories, especially in the semiconductor business, with the blessing of these two bills, these manufacturing operations have been set up in the south of the United States, in Arizona and other states. I think that's a fact. I think we shouldn't deny that. Whether we attribute this to Donald Trump is an entirely different story. I'm not sure that he should be taking credit for all of these developments. Now, back to the question about the tariff and also the trade deficits from the United States point of view. I'm always perplexed as to why does he view trade a deficit as losing money. And he talks about China stealing money from the United States because of the trade deficit. I think as smart as he is, he must know this is not stealing money. I mean, there's goods being traded here, right? It's just that we sell more stuff to the United States than we buy from the United States. I think it's probably rhetorics. He's trying to make this thing as convincing to his audience, to his constituencies. But he knows that this is not stealing money, right? But I think, whether he really believes that with high tariffs he can change that picture, I'm starting to think that he probably starting to doubt a little bit. I think he's seeing the results out of his the tariffs during his first administration, the results of the implementation of the this trade deal that was working out during his first administration. So I think he doesn't seem to be talking a lot about 60% tariffs anymore. He probably realizes that this is not going to change overnight, and over the long run, I strongly believe that this one-sided, very much lopsided trade picture between the United States and China is going to change over time. It's not politically sustainable. It's probably not even economically sustainable. But the issue is that whether we can manage that change in a smooth manner, gradually, in a phased approach, as opposed to be introducing these drastic measures and doing things in a disruptive way. And that's going to be, people are going to pay for this. Corporate America is going to pay for that. American consumers are going to pay for that. So I'm not sure, he really, he understands the consequences of that. There's going to be political cost to pay if he does things in an abrupt manner. As Sana has said, high inflation is very likely to happen to American people. I think right now, American people's families.
Yeah, that's partially why the people voted for Donald Trump.
Exactly, that was about to say.
Inflation was crazy.
He
in the United States.
He won this election because of the groceries prices, because of the prices, the pumps. This is the reason that American households need to seek a change here, right? But if he's doing is exactly the opposite of what he promised, I'm not sure. He's going to. The Republicans going to continue this administration after 4 years.
Yeah. Oh, no. Not 4, 2.
Okay.
Remember, there's a midterm
election, but it's not going to affect the presidency.
You both mentioned adding tariffs because during his first term, he did add a lot of tariffs, serious tariffs on foreign goods, including the goods from China. But from an average American, average Chinese people's perspective, what kind of impact did that bring to the people?
It was about 5% increase in prices, in damage to Chinese companies. There were some orders that were lost. But here's the problem. You look at what China produces in the world, it's more than the next 5 countries. And you can't get away from the fact that China migrated into areas where they, economies of scale. In chemicals, nuts and bolts, intermediate goods, all the things you need to make other things. For instance, everyone talks about, clothes, right? Textiles. Well, if you go to Bangladesh and you take a look at the clothes, the cloth, made in China. Buttons, China. Right. Thread, China. The sewing machine itself, China, okay? So even the little tags at the back, China.
But not only China. Donald Trump is threatening tariffs against his allies and partners and friends. Some of his closest friends in the world, Canada.
Does he have friends?
And Mexico. Well, he claims he has a lot of friends.
I don't
Not only
think Justin
in
feels
Mar-a-Lago,
that way.
Florida, but in D.C., and we don't know. But against Canada and Mexico.
Right. Well, he's declaring this on every country that has a trade surplus with the United States. And right now, Mexico and Canada are larger trading partners with the United States than China, actually, right? I think I'm right.
You're right, but there's a lot of stuff. When you start counting GDP, when it goes over the border, it's counted. When it comes back over the border, it's counted. So there's a lot of extra counting going on.
I see. Yeah. So in any case, this is his mentality. He just hates to see there's a trade surplus with any country. He has developed this habitual pattern of saying things like this. But I think whether he can actually implement this or is indeed going to implement these things, that's a different story.
Yeah.
Well, I'm absolutely, he's going to try it, but if it doesn't work, he's going to pivot.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. On what? I think the world's attention also on what are the impact of China-U.S. relations, because the relations between our 2 major countries will have a huge impact to the world as well. So how should we deal with the differences?
I know I'm going to get a China question. China-U.S. relations.
Well, you are. Well, where are you?
Well, China-U.S. relations are very important. President Xi, he doesn't speak lightly on things. When he speaks, he means it. And if you look at his recent summit in Lima with outgoing President Joe Biden, he made a very important 7-point proposal. He seeks partnership with the United States only if the United States respects China's sovereignty, respects Taiwan, which is a region of China, works with China on an equal footing, respect China's core interests, and do not block China's development path, meaning you don't just do export controls and investment restrictions on chips made out of China. Stuff like that. China is willing to work with the United States. We've heard from the foreign ministry, across ministries. I think China means what it says. If you look at China's tariffs against the United States in the past 6 years, it was reactionary rather than proactive.
No, I completely agree. I mean, China has been pegged. I don't know how you feel about it, John, but they're not escalating in any regard. They will pace whatever the U.S. does, but they're not trying to.
I think China has been showing a lot of strategic patience over the years. Strategic patience, that's the key word, and that's what China has been practicing over the years. Now, Donald Trump's proposed tariffs on countries, including U.S. allies and neighbors like Mexico and Canada, we have just mentioned, have triggered significant global repercussions. The move could lead to increased trade uncertainties and impact international relations, to say the least. Now, for U.S. allies, the issue goes beyond trade, touching on long-standing diplomatic relations and mutual trust. Let's now take a closer look at how people in these countries are responding to Trump's tariff threats.
Pues un error en un mundo globalizado, donde realmente las mercancías y el comercio tienen un tránsito general y nada va a ir bien en ese sentido proteccionista.
Entonces me parece que eso es dificultar las relaciones internacionales.
Qu'elle est à son image, donc c'est-à-dire très agressive, énormément aussi dans tout ce qui est des effets de style et d'annonce. Donc c'est quelqu'un avec qui il faut être attentif avec ce qu'il met réellement en place et ce qu'il promet.
Pues creo que el impacto será importante de alguna manera, porque no en vano nosotros tenemos allí una serie de negocios o de productos que el mercado estadounidense demanda.
Je pense que les impacts seraient assez grands et que Trump est dans sa politique de America First. Je pense qu'au niveau de l'Europe, il y aura aussi une réaction en chaîne où les économies essaieraient un peu de se refermer, de privilégier leurs entreprises et leurs marchés nationaux.
Pues como consumidor entiendo que al final esto es una bola de nieve. En un primer momento no me debería de afectar de forma muy significativa porque yo no soy empresaria, pero claro, esto es una bola de nieve que un producto se encarece, conlleva que se encarezca el otro y al final de alguna forma, obviamente.
Pour moi, en tant que consommateur, ça va pas changer grand-chose. En vrai, il faut essayer de consommer local le plus possible. Et peut-être que ça aidera les gens à consommer plus local et à valoriser nos agriculteurs et nos produits français et européens. Ça risque d'entraîner une hausse des prix générale où tout le monde va se mettre à taxer tous les imports de tous les pays. Et c'est pas forcément profitable à tout le monde parce qu'au final ça fait que tout le monde va se renfermer sur son économie. Et c'est un frein vers l'échange.
Anna, what's your thought on those people opinions on Trump's?
Well, they're obviously very happy. I'm just kidding. Obviously, I mean, there's a perception that Donald Trump is a bully. And I mean that very seriously, the way he acts, this kind of overblown thing. And it is having consequences for America's image abroad. I mean, if he was a one-term president, people say, "Oh, that's an aberration," that goes away. But now having a second term, having the majority of the vote, having the full, got all 7 swing states, now people outside, you hear them talking about, well, maybe it's time to diversify. And you're going to hear a lot of stuff. Oh, China's benefiting. No, it's not. China is not involved in this. This is internal politics within the United States. Very unhappy people. 45 years ago, 61% of the United States was middle class. Today, it's 50% and dropping. Last year alone, people, payday loans, $39 billion in interest paid above normal interest, simply because the average emergency was $1,800, whether it was a doctor's bill or somebody died or the car broke down. They were forced to go and pay usurious interest on these loans. These are not happy people. 70% of Americans believe that they are living paycheck to paycheck. So they're unhappy. They were looking for somebody who was going to help them. And it's, as John, you're saying, he won based on this idea that he had the economic solution.
Yeah, Professor Zhang Gong, let me ask you, I mean, you said Donald Trump is a smart person. I would second that. He's a very smart person. Would he eventually do the right thing now that he doesn't have a re-election to worry about? Of course, in 2 years, there's going to be a congressional midterm election. He worries about the Senate and the House. But not in another 4 years where he has to worry about the presidential election. Will he do the right things to his allies and his so-called adversaries as well?
Well, first of all, I think there's a dispute over what's the right thing. And second,
it's a loaded word.
Or second thing is that it's very difficult to predict what he's going to do, especially considering the fact that he is surrounded.
So let's hear more perspectives. So what a second Trump presidency could mean for the African continent. Let's go to my colleagues, Penina Karobi in Nairobi. Penina?
Well, thank you, Jingjing, for that in-depth analysis. The conversation, of course, continues here in Nairobi, where we also want to dig deep, like you said, into today's events in the United States. And my name is Penina Karibe. Now, as you have witnessed there, Donald Trump is officially back at the Oval Office as U.S. president after 4 years, following his victory in the November 2024 elections. But as he takes office for a second time, Africa, like much of the world, is holding its breath in anticipation. But what does Trump's new reign mean for the continent? CGTN's Robert Nagila takes a look. Ah? 2 minutes and 40 seconds, okay. Okay.
Okay, I think we'll give our friends in Africa more time. When it comes to doing the right thing, I mean, I worked with that lovely young lady when I was in Johannesburg. Wonderful colleagues, wonderful colleagues. And what Donald Trump has done to Africa in the first term, I didn't do that continent justice. He caught some African countries.
Shithole places. That's the words he used. I remember that.
I was going to avoid that word, but
thank you,
Professor Gong said it correctly.
He didn't care about Africa.
Those countries didn't deserve it. But let's hope President Donald Trump will do the right thing this time around. Africa is one of the fastest growing continents in the world, the most youthful population anywhere in the world, with average age less than 24, last time I checked.
Yeah, but also, I mean, it's not a blessing to just have young people unless they have jobs, economic opportunity, security. I mean, so many nations, Somalia, it's racked with, terrorist attacks and things like this. So unless you have hope for them, they could go either way. I mean, they could become quite radicalized, and this is a real danger. And this is why we should be thinking about this, but I don't know that Donald Trump will.
But I think, well, as actually talked to a lot of people, young people or senior experts.
From the global south, from everywhere.
Yeah, but I think I keep hearing different perspectives, very interesting, because like you mentioned, they have the young talents, but in the old times where the thing is, a lot of young people go to the Western countries and go to universities, seems like a good thing, but actually it's a brain drain for developing countries. But nowadays, through Belt and Road Initiative and through you mean the scholarship, universal scholarship provided by multiple universities in China, these young talents learn the knowledge, learn the techniques, and they have a goal of going back to their countries and contribute to the development of their countries. And I met some students from Cameroon, from Congo, from Ghana, from every country. They are so talented, fluent in English, in French, in Mandarin Chinese. And during their time in China, they visited dozens of villages to see how the poverty alleviation project carried out in the grassroots level, because they want to bring that knowledge back to their country to help their country being lifted out of poverty.
I have my own PhD students from
Wow,
Africa, at least 5 or 6. I think one is from Republic of Congo, one from Malawi, one from Tanzania, 2 from Kenya, and 2 from Ethiopia. And some of them actually are becoming very high-ranking government officials back in Nairobi and back in Addis Ababa. So, you know, I'm witnessing myself a lot of people from Africa coming to Beijing, taking graduate studies with universities here. They after a period of 4 years, they went back, and as far as my students are concerned, they're very successful. You know, they've been doing great.
I just want to remind our viewers who are watching this program from around the world, we're going live here at the CGTN headquarters in Beijing, covering Donald Trump's inauguration ceremony. What we just saw from the live pictures there, Donald Trump and outgoing President Joe Biden walking out of the White House. And obviously Donald Trump, the president, the 47th president to be again, has entered his motorcade that will drive him to the Capitol, the other side of the Pennsylvania Avenue, where he will be sworn in by Chief Justice John Roberts to be the 47th president of the United States. And that just happened after some chit-chat between the first ladies and Joe Biden and Donald Trump. We see the motorcade right there, driving up to the Capitol. But this year is interesting. What's going to be different is the ceremony, the swearing-in ceremony, will take place indoors rather than outdoors.
Yeah, you covered during Obama administration and the previous Trump's administration, right? So what it was like when they did it in outdoors?
Oh, the wait is very long. You know, I just told everyone I checked into the Capitol security at 5 a.m. On that fateful day, on January the 20th, 2017, 5 a.m. And I waited for a full 6 hours, 6.5 hours, which means we will be hearing from Donald Trump in about an hour and 20 minutes, because according to the U.S. Constitution, Professor Zhang Gong knows better than I do, a U.S. president has to be sworn in before lunchtime, before noon of January the 20th, meaning in about an hour and 20 minutes, we'll be hearing from Donald Trump, the next president of the United States. The long wait, you know, the cultural performances, there will be someone famous. It was Katy Perry some 12 years ago, and Beyonce singing America the Beautiful, the national anthem of the United States. That was quite an occasion. It's an institution of the United States, which we respect and we observe, but we hope that the president that's going to be in that day will do the right thing.
Well, I think it's funny. I mean, he also, this year, he's going to have the Village People, and their song, the YMCA, is the adopted song of the administration.
The Native Americans?
YMCA?
The what people?
No, the original
Village people.
Yes, it was a hit disco song way before you were born.
Man,
I remember
left America for too long.
Anyway, this is in essence the unofficial anthem of the LBGT community. But one of the first things he's going to be doing is signing in some restrictions on LBGT in the military and in civil life, basically rolling back a lot of things. So it's a very interesting juxtaposition. But this seems to kind of exemplify his administration. On one hand, he's using a song that's embraced by a group that he's going to punish.
I think according to the latest reports from several media, international media, he's probably gonna pass 100 executive orders on the first day?
They're
That's
estimating
very likely.
200, but many of them are proclamations. The 100, and this is what everyone is waiting to see exactly. We know all the areas that are going to be there, but we don't know the specific ones. And as I said, whether or not there's going to be an emergency statement for especially immigration.
There'll also be hundreds of people resigning, I think, from the FBI, from the State Department.
Yeah.
You know, he's going to fire a lot of people if they don't resign. So you know, this is happening
he's going to
anyway.
fire them anyways because
Yeah,
he's going to
exactly. Yeah. So there's going to be a big change of personnel at some very critical departments in Washington.
Biden, in his last thing, pardoned all these people, as you were saying earlier, people who would be under threats by Trump.
Including Hunter Biden, of course.
Yeah.
Well, after saying he wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
That was the issue.
Okay, so let's hear from Penina. Penina?
Well, hi there. Yeah, we're back again, and I'm now joined by Professor Francis Onditi. He is an associate professor of conflictology and head of department, School of International Relations and Diplomacy at the Riera University here in Nairobi, Kenya. Professor, thank you very much for joining us this evening. So let's talk about the big event, of course, today, which is the inauguration of President Trump. And we begin, of course, with his policies, the isolationist economy and policy, which has been causing quite a buzz. How do you see this affecting the economic structure of African countries?
Thank you, Penina, for having me. I think one of the things that we need to understand President Donald Trump as he gets into power and inauguration today is that he's simply advancing the American, especially the GOP foreign policy and the philosophical precept of America first. This is an inward-looking foreign policy that uses American financial institutions, American banks, and American ideals to advance, foreign policy of America. And if I take you back a bit, Penina, the presidents of GOP who have come before Donald Trump have not been doing things different from what Donald Trump would do. You remember, during George W. Bush Sr., he also was one of the presidents who actually went for the Panama Canal. That was a projection of American domestic policy being projected, at a foreign level. You remember in 1989, towards the end of Reagan's, rule, who was also a GOP, he brought the end to the Cold War. But William Taft was an interesting president as well, GOP, because he's a person who coined and introduced dollar diplomacy in foreign policy. And that really speaks to the American institutions being used and utilized to project what America would want to see the world look like. So nothing really out of the ordinary. Perhaps what we would do differently from his first term would be perhaps doing more and more of executive orders that are entrenching American economic institutions, projecting to the global world.
I think we saw a little bit of that in his previous term because we saw him signing bilateral trade agreements with countries such as Kenya, for example, and yet there was AGOA. So he looked as though he was shunning AGOA. Do you see this changing, or do you see this trend continuing?
Penina, don't forget that AGOA was a Democrats' initiation during Clinton's reign of power. And so the ideals that were crafted by the Democrats to advance, cooperation between America and Africa through AGOA has really nothing to do with the GOP, because this is liberalism, this is multilateralism, this is international cooperation. Those are value systems that are very much associated with the Democrats, nothing to do with the GOP. So two things. Maybe Donald Trump might just write off AGOA, or it will just die a natural death. I don't see economic ties between America and Africa going through AGOA. Donald Trump has two personalities. One is very transactional, but secondly is is very abrasive in his approach to foreign policy. And so perhaps what he would do is advancing more of bilateral relations. He will identify countries that have economic muscles. We are talking about South Africa, we are talking about Botswana, we are talking about Nigeria, and those are the countries perhaps he might want to open up discussions on how to tap from their economic resources. Otherwise, in terms of multilateralism, I think for the coming 4 years, African nations might just want to find alternative way of advancing their multilateralism, because I don't see that coming from White House.
That doesn't sound very optimistic, but we know, especially, you talked about the big economies in Africa, but small countries such as Rwanda, for example, have been huge beneficiaries under this AGOA. What then must African countries do to mitigate the effects of, a trade relationship with America minus AGOA?
It will be a blessing in disguise, Penina.
Yeah.
America First foreign policy that obviously it's going to be advanced by President Donald Trump right from today in the evening as he goes on, maybe signing and maybe unsigning some of the executive orders. I think African nations have an opportunity perhaps to advance their regional integration and perhaps think about other alternative alliances, for example, BRICS, FOCAC, and maybe G20. And countries like China, perhaps, and even Russia might look even more attractive to African, African need for economic ties. I say that because BRICS and particularly FOCAC presents what we call the watershed of global governance, because there is a lot of inclusivity. Most of the African countries, would come on the table and present their needs. We saw Nigeria joining the other day. South Africa is a member of BRIC. And so those are more attractive, or rather more attractive to African countries as America continues to advance their inward-looking foreign policy during Donald Trump's time.
Okay.
Yes.
Another thing I'm just thinking about, Prof, because Africa recently, we have seen, for example, the creation of what they're calling the African Free Continental Trade Area, which quite frankly hasn't really had a lot of movement of late. But do you think perhaps this might just be the impetus it needs for it finally to become operational? Do you think? Or is this overstretching it?
Yes, yes, but no.
Yeah.
During the Democrats' rule, we have witnessed reports that are very optimistic. More than 1,600 deals were signed. That is worth about $63.5 billion US between America and African countries. In fact, in 2024 alone, it is said that more than 400 deals were signed, which is about $32.5 billion US.
Right.
But it's not very clear right now if Donald Trump is going to advance that, because he always talk about unfair deals.
Oh, right.
So if he perceives that those deals were unfair, then we are likely to see him revise them and perhaps even direct more of the domestic institutions to advance their economic ties.
All right, Prof, I'm told we have to now take it back to our colleagues in Beijing, of course, talking about the inauguration of the U.S. President Donald Trump. The swearing in of the president-elect is coming up shortly, but for now, let me hand you back to Wang Guan.
Thank you very much, my friend.
Thank you
very
to our
insightful.
colleagues for that comprehensive discussion. As we've just heard, key issues like climate policy, public health, and international cooperation are front and center as Trump begins his new term. Now, building on this, recently we conducted a large-scale public opinion poll on international social platforms, posing hundreds of questions. And within 24 hours, the survey attracted close to 500,000 responses. Today, I've selected 2 questions that shed light on some of the most pressing global concerns. Now, the first question is here. It connects directly to some of the issues just discussed. In recent years, the United States has withdrawn from the Paris Agreement, the World Health Organization, and the United Nations Human Rights Council. Do you agree that these actions demonstrate a lack of basic respect for international rules? Now on the screen, we can see the results here. More than 88% of participants voted in agreement, and with just over 11% expressing disagreement. So this highlights a strong perception of the US as a country whose recent actions on the international stage may be seen as undermining global trust. Now, for the international community, this poses critical questions about the reliability of US leadership in addressing shared global challenges. Now to the second question. The US government has consistently faced humanitarian crises, including violent law enforcement and casualties among immigrants in its handling of illegal immigration issues. Now, do you feel concerned? Let's take a look at the results here. You see, over 70% of respondents said they were deeply concerned, while nearly 30% indicated they were not. Well, this issue aligns with broader online discussions surrounding US immigration policy. And it's not just about humanitarian crisis, it's also about how immigration intersects with social, economic, and even security policies. Now, speaking of which, immigration has also been a trending topic across platforms. 3 keywords have consistently appeared in searches: immigration, border patrol, and Latino. Now let's take a closer look at what people are saying. So here we have some of the comments here. First, we have Canada's actions mean the US is going to have to put security forces on our border. Tariffs should pay for some of it. And here next to it, the border is national security, public safety, eliminates wasteful spending, and gives jobs back to Americans. 4-in-1 with a single action. And next to it, we don't have an illegal immigration problem. We have an asylum problem. You can't close the border. That's not how any of this works. It's a great slogan, but not a reality of a nation we trade millions of products daily with. Next to it, close the southern border, drastically reduce foreign aid, immediately deport all convicted felon illegal immigrants. These are on fire and bleeding issues. Now next, we have more here. This reads, this country isn't full and the birth rate is too low to maintain our current population. We need a sensible legal immigration program that vets potential immigrants, allowing good people who want to work here and become citizens to do so, even if they're Latino. And next to it, we have actually the majority of Latinos voted for Kamala. Plus, not all undocumented immigrants are Latino. Either way, let's not celebrate fascism. So we can tell from these comments how complex and polarized the immigration debate is in the US. It's a topic that cuts across political ideologies, economic concerns, and cultural identities. So to explore this issue further, let's hand it over to my colleagues in the studio.
Thank you, Simone. Mexico has opened the possibility of receiving non-Mexican migrants to be deported by the United States after Trump allowed mass deportations. For the latest, Lester Barristock joins us from Tijuana, Mexico, close to the U.S. border. Lester, what are you seeing at the border?
Well, good morning from the US-Mexico border. You're absolutely right. When we talk about the problem of migration, the tensions between these countries, there is no more emblematic symbol of that than the border wall here behind me at its western extent, which runs all the way into the Pacific Ocean. And it's a region here which is a little bit nervous and anxious over the next 4 years on this inauguration day for Donald Trump, and for a number of reasons. Trump has been very vocal about the United States' ongoing relationship with Mexico, and indeed the Mexican president, Claudia Sheinbaum, was not invited to the inauguration here in Washington, D.C. this morning. And while she has downplayed those concerns, It's going to be an interesting 4 years here in the US-Mexico border region. For one particular reason, that Trump, given the US reports, is expected to sign 11 executive orders today following his inauguration, and 3 of those are expected to impact directly upon Mexico. Those 3 executive orders are: number 1, the deployment of US military troops to the US border. Number 2, the designation of Mexican cartels and narco-trafficking organizations as terrorist organizations, which will allow greater scope for the US military to engage with them. And third, for Trump to extend the border wall. This is from here at the Pacific coast. The US-Mexico border runs for 3,000 kilometers to the Atlantic Ocean, and currently only around 15% of it actually is walled. So Trump wants to see this border wall extended as a physical barrier between the 2 countries for the entire length of the border. Of course, another issue between the 2 countries is trade. Trump has said that 25% blanket tariffs will be imposed upon all Mexican imports to the United States, which would have a very serious impact on Mexico's economy, given that around more than 80% of all of Mexico's international exports go across this border to the US market. And so how is that going to be avoided? Well, Trump says he wants to see Mexico cooperating with United States policy on, number 1, those organizations who are now going to be branded terrorists by the US government, cracking down on narco-trafficking across the border, as well as number 2, something which has been a serious issue and which you've just mentioned in the studio there, the issue of migration. Trump wants to see a crackdown on migration here, which we've seen throughout Mexico in 2024, but the numbers are nevertheless very, very high. 2022 saw 2.8 million undocumented interceptions, undocumented crossings along the length of the US-Mexico border by US authorities. 2023 saw 3.2 million undocumented interceptions, and 2024 last year saw 2.9 million total undocumented crossings, and those are only the ones which were intercepted by the Border Patrol, not necessarily the ones which managed to slip past the Border Patrol. So those are the things that Trump wants to see cracked down upon. But migration is a real topic here for Mexico for 2 reasons. You have migrants coming north trying to seek asylum, and Trump has said that he is going to do away with the asylum program in the United States, but also, as you rightly mentioned, the mass deportations which Trump is threatening, which are expected to start in a post-inauguration bonanza in cities named sanctuary cities like Chicago and New York as early as possibly tomorrow, Tuesday, as ICE start raids. That could have a very serious impact as possibly hundreds of thousands of deportees arrive on this side of the border, Mexican deportees as well as non-Mexican deportees, which Mexico has said it is willing to receive. That could result in saturation here at the border as shelters are overwhelmed, services are overwhelmed, as well as Mexican deportees who have spent 20, 25, 30 years in the United States who now find themselves deported. They aren't necessarily going to move back to their places of origin within Mexico. They're going to stay in the border region to remain closer to their families and their lives, which they've left behind inside the United States here behind me. So a real sense of nervousness here at the US-Mexico border as what may now be a very turbulent 4 years here during this second Trump presidency for Mexico. Back to you guys in Beijing.
Thank you. That's Alastar. Thank you. That's Alastar bringing us the latest at the US-Mexico border. So what's the mood right now in the US? Let's hear more from Mike Waters in Washington, D.C.
Will be his second. Yeah, it's a really good question. Donald Trump, of course, wants to launch mass deportations of undocumented immigrants on day one of his presidency, as Alistair pointed out. He's promising, in his own words, the largest deportation program in American history. Other anticipated moves include shutting the border to undocumented immigrants, undoing Biden's immigration policies, and bringing back a travel ban on people from some Muslim-majority countries. For more on all of this, we're going to speak to Alan Orr. He's the former president of the American Immigration Lawyers Association and founder of Orr Immigration Law Firm. Alan, thanks so much for joining us. What's your take on Trump's promises, and how do you think they'll play out?
So I think we're a country of laws, not intimidation. And so just because someone becomes president, laws don't automatically change. And there's a process for that. So there might be a lot of executive orders that will be signed today, and we will see them and vet them and see the legality of them, and may wind up in court, may not. But there is no magic wand in which he's going to solve a 30-year problem.
And how do you see Trump's second term affecting H-1B visa programs? It's been a vital pathway for skilled foreign workers in the tech industry in the U.S.
Yeah, so once again, the president does not set immigration policy, Congress does. And there's just been a group of regulations that have passed to sort of encapsulate what's in the H-1B program. The H-1B program has been limping along for years. At a very small number. And for a country that says that they want the market to decide what immigrants should work for a company, why do we limit it with the H-1B? So there are people within the Trump administration currently who use a lot of H-1B workers, including Trump himself has used a lot of different types of H's within his organization. So I don't think it's going away. It'd be difficult to make it even smaller, but it's hard to lead in an industry in which we just don't have the capacity to in the United States because we haven't trained for it.
And Alan, you've been watching this, I imagine, very closely, and it's very interesting. You see Elon Musk, he's been vocal about the need for highly skilled immigration to fuel innovation, critically important in the Silicon Valley. But that's basically created this split, this gulf with Steve Bannon and others within the MAGA movement. Trump has sent some mixed messages on this. Where do you see things going, and how might his policies impact the tech sector in the United States?
Right. So I don't think the president was elected on a policy of changing the tech sector. I think he was elected on a policy of fixing the border. And if he focuses on that now, that's going to take up most of his time rather than focusing on the tech sector. And while it's maybe easy to touch, his White House Deputy Counsel, Stephen Miller, is very well versed in knowing how to sort of operate within this realm of maybe slowing down immigration. The goal of all of this should be to make America better, or to make America great again. And cutting off H-1Bs or hurting tech industries from growing in this country, which we've seen before under a previous administration, just moves jobs abroad, right? It just moves work abroad. And that's not the goal that I hope he seeks.
And Alan, you obviously know this problem. You've seen it up close. What are some of the potential consequences, though, could these immigration policies have on the U.S. labor market? Especially, there are sectors that are very dependent on immigrant labor.
So let's have a reality talk for just 5 seconds. All the sectors are relying on it. Right now, we know that there's a crisis in Georgia with regards to our poultry industry, which means there's going to be a backup in our meat processing facilities, which are basically 80 to 90% immigrants. No Americans really work in any of these meat packing facilities that I've worked with, or packaging facilities. So our agriculture has a foundation of immigrants. There would not be the large number of undocumented immigrants in this country if we had programs that would allow them to come to the country legally. So in this case, we have people who are undocumented, who are working for companies who are producing stuff for the American people. Removing those workers will increase the cost and also lead to a lack in production. And that's just something that has already been solved in every capacity. It's been stated everywhere. Even the cost of removing a large number of individuals from the United States is so high that you're going to be paying for bills in which you're not rehamping by having individuals work here. If we really wanted a system to work, we would have a legalization system at the same time we're having a removal system, and that's the best way that immigration could work.
Okay, Alan, tease that out for us, because one of the reasons why Trump was elected was on this claim about doing something about inflation. What you're talking about is an increase, actually, in prices, aren't you?
Absolutely. And we've already seen this before, right? So Tom Haldeman, who's the new border czar, has gone through a raid one plant in Mississippi, 200-something odd Chinese workers during that time that they sort of had enough capacity, and it sort of broke the community. And so removing people from a community, remember, those people are paying rent, those people have cars, they're making car notes, they're supporting the local restaurants, right? They're part of the infrastructure. So removing people from that infrastructure does not make us move forward. If we talk about this more on a global level, and we talk about population decline and how that impacts each country's GDP and their ability to produce, then we start to realize why America survived ahead of the rest of the world during our COVID, because we had a lot of people here who were coming here to do undocumented work, essential jobs to keep our economy going. So I think there needs to be a reality and some type of equity where we say, okay, some of these individuals have been here for decades. They're different than people who just crossed the border and don't have a proper passing. And while we're talking about this, asylum is a law passed by Congress. A president doesn't get to change that. He may regulate it, but he doesn't get to remove asylum altogether. Congress could have removed asylum altogether. I think in this week where we saw that Congress moved so fast to kill TikTok's relationship in the United States, if they wanted to do something on immigration, they would have had it done.
So why don't they?
Exactly, because it's a ball in which they know sort of saying that they're going to remove a lot of people are going to hurt the industries that support them. So it's always been a game of shell games for the last 30 years. And that's why no one since Reagan has taken a big swing at immigration.
Now, you mentioned Tom Homan and Alistair Baverstock's report. He said it's going to be a bonanza for raids, possibly in sanctuary cities. As early as tomorrow, could we see an increase in deportations and stricter asylum processes under Trump's second term?
So I actually have made several appearances with Tom Homan in the past. I know him as a person. I find him to be an honorable police officer, and I find him to be a man of his word. So I think that he may go at that facility. You know, he is part of a government function, but they just don't have the capacity for it. They don't have the people for it. And our laws don't allow people to just show up and be removed. There are some things the president can do that can sort of expedite removal in some senses, but it still does not put the people or the purse there to have planes ready, to have people, will the countries accept them? Have you processed the people in any way? It's not a reality. That's why you saw them sort of tape back this weekend. There's a lot of intimidation and fear, hoping that people would self-deport or remove themselves in some way. But this concept of the boogeyman and I'm coming for you, when there's so many 11 million undocumented people here across various states, and it's all going to happen on day one, is not a reality that we're going to see. Sure, we might see some concentrated facilities that we know that are new arriving immigrants that might be under attack where people are bused, or there's been some large 30, 40 people. That's not millions.
And we've looked internally here at the United States, but let's broaden this out and the potential geopolitical impacts of stricter U.S. immigration policies, particularly regarding relationships with neighbors like Mexico and Central American nations. Where do you see that going?
So Mexico is our #1 trade partner, and I think that sometimes we forget exactly what Mexico is as a nation to us and how much we support on them, as well as some of the things that we have a relationship with Canada. So this hardball game of chicken between these countries, hopefully the United States will come out ahead, but I wouldn't play a chicken on tariff with two countries when the rest of the world might be siding with those countries. We have seen the Remain in Mexico policy not work for Mexico because the people who are crossing the border are not Mexican. And it makes a harsh policy position for those individuals in a Mexican country that don't have work authorization, and it just sort of ruins the border altogether. So that doesn't really work. We've never really had a strong border between Canada. So that concept, and a concept of a wall in a world where physical structures do not protect us, is very silly and juvenile. The best way to sort of go at this is to sort of help those countries sort of develop, and some of the things that Vice President Harris was working on in those countries to help them have a more stable society. This concept of we're going to build a wall and we're going to keep deporting people, tell me how and why that ends. We said the same thing about drugs and crime, and we haven't solved for any of those things since the 80s. So doing the same thing over of saying we're going to lock people up only makes us the biggest prison complex in the world.
Alan, let me circle back to your earlier statements right as we began this conversation. And that, of course, was about, these executive orders that this country is a country of laws. And just because the president says something doesn't mean that it couldn't be tested in court. But we've seen the U.S. Supreme Court kind of back Trump on a number of issues. Where do you see this thing going? I mean, if he comes out with some executive orders that might be challenged in a court of law, where does that go?
Right. We've also seen the Supreme Court step away from him in some of these challenges. So while I think the Supreme Court is conservative, it is also an institution in our country that has no army and has no protections. So the only legitimacy the Supreme Court has is given to it by its people. And if it erodes the belief in the Supreme Court, then its power becomes nothing. And I think the justices know that. So I do believe that there may be some protections and some powers that are given to the presidency, but immigration isn't one of them because that's in our Constitution. So this concept that all of a sudden the Supreme Court's going to say, oh, now a president's king, is not the way our democracy is sort of set up to work.
It's certainly going to be interesting to watch. Alan Orr, always some great insights from you. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
As crowds in Washington are on hand for the inauguration, in another corner of the Capitol, others are celebrating Martin Luther King Day. It's the day America honors the legacy of the civil rights hero. It comes as Trump has said he wants to reverse the Biden administration's policies on equity and inclusion. Kate Fisher reports.
The soundtrack of summer 2020 as racial justice protests swept the US in the wake of the murder of George Floyd by a white police officer who knelt on the black man's neck.
I'll grab that.
Donald Trump's last summer in office was dominated by the national outcry, but 4 years later he won a second presidential election.
I think a lot of those are voters who are, while black voters, are supportive of a lot of the conservative, threads that he supports anyway. That said, I mean, I think a lot of the policies that he advocates and a lot of the policies that others in his orbit advocate are, hostility to diversity and equity programs, hostility to any kind of policies that are meant to address systematic and structural racism, denial that structural racism really is a problem. And I don't think that's going to go away.
Indeed, Trump has vowed to reverse the Biden administration's equity programs, describing them as destructive policies which unjustly discriminate against white people. Yet his popularity among black voters has grown.
Whatever concerns they might have about Trump being racist or this or that, they were upset with the Democratic administration and voted accordingly. Now the question is, in some of these places where we saw these big swings, parts of New York City and New Jersey, South Florida, South Texas, are those changes enduring? And a lot of that will be determined by how effective do people think Trump is as president. And that's a story that's yet to be written.
Part of the story from his first term has been written on the streets of the nation's capital. Amid the racial justice protests in 2020, Washington, D.C.'s Democratic mayor renamed this area in front of the White House Black Lives Matter Plaza. But in his second term, he says rather than racism against people of color, his focus will be on what he terms anti-white racism, even though his support among black voters grew in last year's election. Kate Fisher, CGTN, Washington.
For more on all of this, let's speak to Joseph Williams. He's a former senior editor at U.S. News and World Report. Joseph, always great to see you. Racial tensions, of course, in the United States remain strong, and Trump's past statements on race have sparked some controversy. Will his second term bring new strategies to address racial tensions in the United States?
I think it will, mainly because the courts have been not necessarily friendly. Certainly the Supreme Court hasn't necessarily been friendly to the equity arguments, even though they're on paper, objectively, there are disparities that still have not been addressed. So I think Trump's attempt to kind of do away with DI strategies is a bit of an alarm bell to people in the civil rights community to understand that the approach in Trump 2.0 has to be different. It probably will involve more grassroots, perhaps even more protest, but that the organizations that push for racial equity, that push for equality, aren't necessarily going to depend on the courts to save them this time around.
So what steps, if any, do you see Trump taking to bridge the racial divide in America, particularly in the wake of these ongoing social justice movements?
Well, I mean, to bridge them, I would say none, at least not as far as I can see. I mean, certainly his rhetoric about white discrimination or the system being set up against white people is not helpful in the least, and it is quite incendiary at most. So I think what's going to happen is he maybe do some things around the edges. I remember from his first term, he talked about criminal justice reform, which is a very big issue in the black community. He may go there again as sort of an olive branch. Certainly his administration, he's only put one African-American in his cabinet, and that's in the housing department. And certainly none of the marquee cabinet agencies have anybody that even seems like they would be interested in talking about equity. So he may release an olive branch here or there, mainly to keep his public standing up and to give kind of a nod to the 13% of voters who chose him, black voters who chose him in this election. But him going wholesale with something like the Civil Rights Act, I don't see that happening in any universe.
So criminal justice, you talked a little bit about that. Criminal justice reform, what shape might that take in a second Trump administration?
Well, ironically, as far as pardons are concerned, and President Biden issuing them, I expect President Trump to issue some more. He may take a look at the powder cocaine disparity in federal prisons, although President Biden did that on his way out the door. He may call for sentencing reform, but also keep in mind the majority of inmates in this country are in state and local prisons, not necessarily the federal prison system. So there's only so much he can do on that agenda. Certainly, he may do more with some coalition leaders. He may, in fact, build on his legacy to provide more money to HBCUs. That's an easy lift that he probably will try to accomplish again this time around, and basically play some of the hits that were popular enough with black voters for them to give him a second chance.
Joseph, there's been a lot of talk with the new Republican administration, Republicans in the House and Senate, that they're going to really go after the budget and try and trim here and there. Could a second term see changes in federal funding for programs aimed at supporting racial equality and social justice?
I would say almost certainly. There's going to be a fight for him to get anything done on spending because the House is so narrowly divided. He may get peel off some conservative Republican or conservative Democrat votes, I beg your pardon, help that kind of happen. And his overall spending agenda is going to be harmful to programs that do support racial equity, mainly because those programs, again, are low-hanging fruit. There's not a huge constituency that's going to storm the White House to demand that these programs remain in place. There's more likely going to be some advocacy, some court cases here and there, but I don't see a large wave, a large push of people to defend those programs, mainly because that doesn't occur naturally. And this spending is at the low end of the federal budget. It's not a big ticket item like defense spending or Social Security. So that's going to be very easy for him to cut and very difficult for people who want those programs to remain in place to challenge those cuts and keep them in place.
Joseph, we've got about a minute left. What about any type of changes in rhetoric or policy regarding hate crimes and white nationalist movements, given the rising concerns over domestic extremism that we've seen here in recent years?
Well, he's taking steps to kind of curb that too, because his director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, is very much on his side when it comes to domestic terrorism and domestic extremism as being a threat. That is to say that they don't necessarily see it. Their core supporters, a lot of strong supporters for Donald Trump, were the white nationalists. You've got the Proud Boys, the 3%ers, the people who were very much had their fingerprints on January 6th are his core support. So it's going to be hard to figure out how he's going to address domestic terrorism, especially in light of any kind of action that gets taken. If there's going to be a big surprise, then yes, he may take action. Other than that, I don't see it happening per se in the near future.
Joseph Williams, always love your insights. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it. That's it for now from here in Washington, D.C. Let's head back to our colleagues in Beijing.
Welcome back to Beijing. You are now watching our special coverage on Donald Trump's inauguration. Earlier, Trump threatens to reassert U.S. control over the Panama Canal, drawing a sharp rebuke from the Central American nation. For the latest, Niza Perez joins us from Panama City. Niza, what more can you tell us?
Well, as Trump is approaching that presidential oath, while tensions are rising here in Latin America, and it's centered on that startling development. It's Trump's recent remarks that he's planning to retake control of the Panama Canal. The controversy has sparked strong reactions from here in Panama City, and it's because the canal, it's just not a simple piece of infrastructure. We're talking about a symbol of national sovereignty and independence. And also, it's an economic powerhouse, contributing $2.5 billion to Panama's economy, and also close to $300 billion to global maritime trade. Now, Panama leaders, including Panama's president, took a strong stance, asserting that the Panama Canal is not for sale. He also added that it will remain under Panamanian control and open to all nations, and that's according to the neutrality agreements that have been signed here in Panama. Now, these strong responses from this Central American nation they underscore the deep historical sensitivities surrounding the Panama Canal. We have to remember that the U.S. transferred the canal to Panama in 1999, but that was after decades of U.S. control, and that happened after several protests, including one that turned violent, where close to 20 Panamanians, mostly students, died, and several U.S. soldiers. Now, these responses and everything we're seeing here in the region, we're seeing different responses. Let's start with Mexico. Now, Claudia Sheinbaum, she has strong into action. She's already launched protective measures to protect those undocumented Mexicans living in the U.S. And she's also preparing economic safeguards because Mexico will face, or probably is facing one of the worst threats. It's a 25% tariff, and that could significantly slash Mexico's GDP and disrupt North America's supply chain. Now, talking about those protective measures, we are reading and hearing from Mexico that an app has been established. It's called the Panic app. It would allow Mexicans living in the U.S. undocumented about to be deported to access their family in Mexico. Also, the Foreign Ministry of Mexico announced that close to 2,000 lawyers have been hired, as well as consulate workers, to deal with the possible massive deportations that Trump has promised to do as soon as he steps into power. Another country that we need to look at is Haiti. Haiti has been grappling with severe gang violence and a humanitarian crisis that requires immediate attention. Now, Trump has had another controversial relationship with Haiti. At some point during his previous administration, he removed the temporary protected status for many Haitians, but that was blocked by the courts. Meanwhile, let's talk about Venezuela. Venezuela is probably one of the most complex here in Latin America. During the former term of President Trump, we saw heavier sanctions against the country. But there's a lot of speculation in Latin America and in D.C. that this time Trump will have a more transactional approach towards Nicolás Maduro, the president of Venezuela, and that is because of the vast oil reserves the country has. Now, it also remains to be seen what's going to happen with the temporary protected status, the TPS, that outgoing President Biden just authorized about 24 hours ago for 500,000 Venezuelans. Trump will not be able to undo that executive order. Those 500 Venezuelans in the United States will have until probably half of 2026 under that protection. What will happen to them next? At this time, we do not know. Now, we're also reading that one of the executive orders that Trump will try to pass is the removal of birthright citizenship. That will be very controversial for those residents that have been in the U.S. for many years, and they might not have the citizenship. Now, one more issue that I do want to cover that it's going to show how divided the region can be. For example, let's take El Salvador. The president of El Salvador, Nayib Bukele, he's known as the strongman of Central America. And then you also have Javier Milei from Argentina, which is a close friend of Elon Musk. They might have a better relationship with the Trump policies. They might find common ground. But then, when you look at other countries with more left-leaning governments, you might see a very different approach. And these nations could face significant policy changes, shifting trade agreements, and an overall change in migration patterns in the region. Back to you.
Thank you, Nisa from Panama. The United Nations is bracing for the worst-case scenario should the new Trump administration decide to cut funding to the organization. For more, Jody Jacobs joins us from the United Nations headquarters in New York.
Well, indeed, and as you say, you know that there's a lot of angst inside these corridors here at the United Nations. Under the Trump presidency, the UN foreign policy was somewhat characterized by unilateralism, skepticism towards unilateral or multilateral agreements, and sort of a transactional approach to international relations. Many key international issues under review involved a rethinking of traditional alliances, trade practices, and the global order. Now, here at the United Nations, that is a worry in some instances, according to UN officials. Now, under the first Trump administration, the US withdrew from UNESCO, they withdrew from the UN Human Rights Council back in October 2017. And June 2018. This is somewhat worrying, especially for on the sort of international stage and the US's involvement within the United Nations. But the biggest worry here in New York at the moment is the issue of funding. Now, the United States contributes about 22% of the overall United Nations budget. Before, Trump has said that he believes that this needs to go under review and that many of these issues with regards to the budget needs to be relooked. Now, not only is the United States also the home of the United Nations here in New York, it obviously, as I said, contributes a large chunk of its budget. Now, the United Nations is keeping mum on exactly what is going to happen, but we've heard from many people speaking in these corridors and analysts that we've spoken to, or at least I have spoken to in the last couple of days, saying that the United Nations is planning, as you say, for the worst case scenario. What happens if that 22% of the UN budget is not brought forward by the United States? Already we know that given the history of payments to the United Nations, the US pays very late in the year. The UN budget sort of runs from the beginning of the year up until the end of the year. The US budget dovetails off that much later in the year. So the US often only makes payments very later on in the year. But now the UN needs to rethink how they're going to manage this. Already there is a liquidity crisis within the United Nations, not only here in New York, but at the offices in Geneva, the offices in Kenya as well. And we've seen those take place very much here in the New York office, where we've seen a decrease in certain security measures around the building, the air conditioning systems being turned off during the summer months and fresh air only being used inside the building. There's also been a hiring freeze across all United Nations platforms as well. So people are not being able to hire individuals. And that is all an effect of that liquidity crisis that the UN is facing at the moment. A juggling act for the outgoing UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, who now only has 2 more years left in office. He is going to have to play around with those numbers to try and figure out how best he's going to try and find and stopgap those measures in the event that Donald Trump does in fact place all of these UN budgetary issues under review. A difficult time for the United Nations indeed. However, Antonio Guterres saying that he has welcomed President Donald Trump into office. He's hoping that he can have somewhat of a cordial relationship with the US president. And many analysts that we have spoken to had said that there was never really a bad relationship between Antonio Guterres and Donald Trump. He had visited New York on many occasions. He's chaired UN Security Council meetings. He's spoken at the UN General Assembly. And there's always been this cordial relationship between the two individuals. But this is all diplomacy at work. However, the big issue here is, what is Trump going to do next with regards to multilateralism on an international stage like the United Nations?
That's Jody Jacobs joining us from the United Nations headquarters in New York. Now, in Europe, global leaders are gathering in Davos for the annual World Economic Forum to discuss global challenges and cooperation. My colleagues in Europe will tell us more about the potential impact of the new Trump administration.
Hello and welcome from me, Juliet Mann, here in Davos, where 60 heads of state and government and around 900 CEOs are gathering for the World Economic Forum's annual meeting. And everyone is very much on inauguration watch ahead of Donald Trump being sworn in for the second time. I spoke to Jeremy Jurgens, the Managing Director of the World Economic Forum, about how the inauguration might shape discussion here in Davos.
We have leaders from 130 different countries actually participating with us, over 50 heads of state and government. We'll be opening the meeting with Ursula von der Leyen from the EU, and also Vice Premier Ding leading a Chinese delegation. So this will kind of open and set the tone for the meeting going forward. And we've also, Donald Trump, President, will be participating on Thursday, a remote following the inauguration in the US. So we'll have a chance to hear from different perspectives. And I think there's a strong interest, or just as curious to hear what's the outlook in Europe. Questions around deindustrialization, still ongoing conflict in Ukraine. Questions emerging in Latin America. We have Milei here, where I think people are very curious about the turnaround that he's affected. When he came here a year ago, there were a lot of questions. What would happen? Looks like pretty much a success, what he's done there, and also representatives from Africa and the Middle East. So it very much is a global meeting.
Well, many here are quite nervous about what the incoming president is going to do, because he's promised tariffs of 10 to 20% of imports from the European Union. So what does that mean for the relationship between Europe and the United States? Our correspondent, I'll get it right, Will. Our correspondent, Will Denslow, is in Brussels. So, look, Trump's been saying tariffs all the way. This is going to hit Europe's major economies hard, isn't it?
Well, Juliet, Donald Trump takes the oath of office at a time where we're seeing sluggish economic growth across the EU, and there are concerns from economists that if there were to be a prospect of widespread tariffs, that could compound things. There are even estimates that Germany, Europe's largest economy, could see GDP contract by a further 1% should these tariffs of up to 20% come to pass. We've also heard recently from the European Central Bank essentially saying that tariffs benefit nobody. As far as the European Commission is concerned, they say they're ready to discuss the trade relationship with Donald Trump and seek to strengthen ties. But considering the fact that none of the major EU officials are in Washington for the inauguration, the question is whether Donald Trump will listen.
It's the largest bilateral trade and investment relationship in the world. Trade between the US and EU stands at roughly $1.5 trillion per year. But incoming President Donald Trump claims Washington's getting a bad deal. He's threatened tariffs unless Europe reduces the trade deficit and buys more US oil and gas. The EU's trade surplus for goods stood at over $150 billion in 2023. But officials say that doesn't tell the whole story.
The EU has a substantial trade in goods surplus with the US, whereas the US has a substantial trade in services surplus vis-à-vis the EU.
Donald Trump's also threatened tariffs on EU member state Denmark, unless it gives up the autonomous territory of Greenland, citing national security concerns.
EU officials say such threats are purely hypothetical, and Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says she's looking forward to being...
If you expect us to support you, you expect the American umbrella to still be in place, the least you can do is pay for the supports.
Trump assumes the presidency with war still raging on Europe's doorstep. The incoming US administration has called for a quick resolution to the conflict in Ukraine. And the EU says it's willing to step up if Washington isn't willing to continue its leadership role. But Ukraine's president has urged Trump to maintain support for Kyiv.
President Trump is a strong man, and I want very much to have him on our side. For me, it's very important. I want to discuss with him more details about this war.
With the promise of carrying out the international community is bracing for a more protectionist president. French President Emmanuel Macron has warned that a world of trade wars could be approaching, chiefly between the US and China. He calls it a moment of acceleration, and the EU will have to buckle up.
Will, you say Macron says it's a moment of acceleration, but is the EU prepared for a trade war?
Well, Julia, it's really seen that the first term of Donald Trump and the tariffs that came in place shortly after he took office took many as we saw tariffs on the import of EU steel and aluminium. Now, for months, the EU has been preparing for the possibility of a Trump presidency. So months before November's elections, we saw EU officials here in Brussels taking meetings, preparing for what a second term might look like. Of course, that has come to pass. So many of these plans could well be needed to put into action. When it comes to those steel and aluminium tariffs, well, those tariffs were just put on pause under the Biden administration, and it's in March that pause comes to an end. So very early on in this relationship, a major decision will be made on whether to bring back these tariffs. When it comes to steps the EU is already planning to take, well, there has been some positive rhetoric as far as the EU is concerned when it comes to potentially bringing in more liquefied natural gas from the United States. Donald Trump has spoken about what he perceives as a trade imbalance, so that could go some way to appease President Trump. There's also, of course, the issue of defence spending. Donald Trump wants 5%. Currently, the benchmark is close to 2%. That could be a way for the EU to mitigate that relationship. But as French President Emmanuel Macron warns, he says a world of trade wars could be coming. Potentially that could involve the US and China primarily. But there are concerns here in Europe that that could leave the EU somewhere in the middle.
Many things are happening that are exciting.
And on that point, Will, the former president of the European Commission, José Manuel Barroso, described Trump's return to power as shock therapy for a continent grappling with war, rising nationalism and economic stagnation. Could this be an opportunity for Europe to step up?
It certainly is, but this, of course, comes at a precarious time for the EU, considering the fact that we've seen slow, if not sluggish, economic growth for several years now, with Mario Draghi, the former ECB chief, warning that the EU could do with an injection of up to 800 billion euros, around $800 billion per year, when it comes to kickstarting the European economy. There are real concerns when it comes to things like competition, especially areas like the tech sector, and what that will mean for the EU. So does this mean that the EU tries to cozy up to Washington and the big tech firms, or whether they'll see further regulations and whether they try and go out on their own, perhaps causing the ire of the US president? So the EU certainly has some major decisions to be made. We're already seeing some movements when it comes to free trade deals, more negotiations with the likes of Mercosur, Mexico and Malaysia. So potentially that's a sign of where the EU is going.
Will Denslow in Brussels, thank you very much. Of course, it's not just Europe who will have new trade concerns about the new US administration. On his campaign trail, Trump was talking quite a lot about China and said he posed tariffs of up to 60% on Chinese goods. Well, let's talk to our correspondent, Li Zhuanhua, who's here with me in Davos. Hi there, Li Zhuanhua. So, look, China's President Xi Jinping said in a phone call with Donald Trump last week that the first in 4 years that he hoped there'd be a positive start to China-US relations during this new US presidential term. What else came out of that call?
Yeah, you're right, Juliet. The first phone call in about 4 years' time. And we know that Donald Trump has been very vocal about China. And during the phone call last Friday, I think both parties would like to express they would like to start a new era between the US and China at this point. And the Foreign Ministry of China said that Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, and his US counterpart have said that they would like to attach great importance to mutual interactions and hope for a good start. I'm quoting them. And Donald Trump went on social media, Donald Trump being Donald Trump, saying that they talked about trade ties between China and the US, fentanyl, TikTok and other stuff. And he said that both the trade ties and the relations between the two countries will be very good, according to him. And we know that both of them have they have frequent exchanges when Donald Trump was during the first presidential term. And they have met a couple of times, actually, both in person or on the phone. And they first met in 2017 during the Mar-a-Lago summit, and then Donald Trump went to Beijing for a state visit. So Donald Trump also said to his advisors, according to Wall Street Journal, that he probably would have visited China
pretty soon. Well, you know, people-to-people exchanges are so important, aren't they? But there are trade tensions. You know, where are the real divisions here, and how might they be overcome?
You're right. Trade tensions between China and the US, I think that is the most watched in China, in the context of China especially. And we know that the trade war started in 2018 during Donald Trump's first presidential term. So Donald Trump slammed 25% tariff on about 34 billion US dollars of Chinese goods, and after that, it escalated somehow, and then in 2019, and China also rolled out tit-for-tat measures. And then in 2020, and both parties decided to sit down. So they had this phase one agreement in which China promised to buy about 200 billion US dollars of American goods. And then we know what happened after that.
Yeah.
That was COVID. And then during Joe Biden's presidency, during his administration, the trade ties didn't really look up. And China, Donald Trump, as you said just now in the opening, he has threatened to impose tariffs on Chinese goods as high as 60%. Yeah. So we'll see what happens next.
I also want to talk about climate, because there is concern over the green transition. You know, Donald Trump withdrew America from the Paris Agreement during his first term in office. What can we expect?
We don't know, to be honest. I think all of the experts and analysts, they're pretty cautious about what they say, because Donald Trump is very unpredictable, I have to say, based on what's happened to the first term. So when it comes to climate change and the climate agreements, we know Donald Trump withdrew the US from it in 2019 and came into effect in 2020. But after that, Joe Biden rejoined the Paris Agreement. But Donald Trump, you know, Donald Trump never minced his words to criticize Joe Biden's climate policy, and he also threatened to abandon or renegotiate some of the international climate agreements from the US. And yesterday, I was staying up watching the first rally and the speech given by Donald Trump. He said that we need to release the liquid gold under our feet, which means there will be more drilling for coal and natural gas.
So
we
drill,
don't know what will
baby,
happen.
drill. Okay, Li Zhonghua, thank you very much.
Thank you very
and of
much.
course, we should say that something's quite important is, well, we've got China's Vice President Han Zheng, who's going to be at the inauguration, which is the first time a senior Chinese official has ever attended. So that's quite significant. Thank you very much, Li Zhonghua. Well, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is going to be here in Davos in person tomorrow to address the delegates here. And he's no doubt going to focus on the role that the United States could play in Europe's security. Let's speak to our correspondent, Yolo David, who's in our studio in London. Hi there, Yolo. So Donald Trump initially promised that he's going to end the war in Ukraine from day one. Now, I know he rode back on that a little bit, but what impact do you think he might have on bringing peace to Europe?
That's a big question. And I think the true answer, the honest answer, is we don't know yet. The one thing that we can, I think, we've had a glimpse of is this age of uncertainty that will come in with Donald Trump in his second term. An age of uncertainty. And we've seen an element of that. For instance, in his press conference in Mar-a-Lago a few weeks ago, when he made those pronouncements about Canada, Panama Canal and Greenland and so on. And also, yes, that boast that he would sort out the Ukraine conflict within 24 hours, then he's rolled back to maybe a few months. He might need a few months to organize everything. But it shows a different approach to just about any American leader in the past 40, 50, even 60 years. So that will mean a big change. It will mean that European countries, and Ukraine especially, initially, will have to change his approach. Rather than what we've seen Volodymyr Zelensky doing in the last two and a half years, traveling around all the NATO capitals, asking for support, asking for arms, asking for money to fight the Russians, it will be a different approach. So I think we can expect Volodymyr Zelensky and Donald Trump to talk again pretty quickly about how to get this peace, what Ukraine will settle for. And don't forget, there's been probably around $175, $180 billion spent by the Americans on the war in Ukraine already. I don't think Donald Trump has hid the fact that he wants not to spend so much money because he wants to put America first. That's that famous slogan of his throughout the campaign. And I think he'll try and see what the Ukrainians will settle for. And both Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump have already said that there is a meeting in the offing sometime. Both of them seem to be saying we're waiting for the other to approach and say when this meeting could be. And then we'll begin to see, I think, what the Americans will try and do to try and bring the fighting in Ukraine to an end.
It would also be interesting to see how Trump's relationship with President Putin plays out, won't it, Yolo? And also I'm thinking about NATO and what happens there, because Donald Trump has never been a huge fan of NATO, which could lead to some difficult conversations about European security.
To put it mildly, because you remember that uncomfortable the meeting between the NATO heads of state the last time he was president. Well, there is another one. That was in Brussels. There is another conference in front of Donald Trump and all the NATO leaders in June in The Hague, in the Netherlands. And I think it could well be equally problematic for the European leaders in NATO. I think by then, potentially before June, there might have been a meeting, definitely telephone calls between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. But the real problem for the European countries, and possibly Canada as well, is the defense spending and how much they spend on defending NATO as a whole, but how much they spend individually and how much money they have to put into that NATO pot. Now, it has increased from something like 24% of NATO's budget 10 years ago to 34% now, but the figures are eye-watering in terms of what the Americans pay for, which is $968 billion. That's in 2024 in terms of defense. So they want... Donald Trump, again, has said this repeatedly in the last 2 years when he was campaigning to become the next president. He wants to see 3% of defense being hit by most of the European countries. That's a real tall order. It does mean raising taxes, cutting health, education budgets. It means a real change in policies throughout Europe. And the big difference, again, I think, Juliet, between Trump in his first time he was in the White House to Trump now is that Europe itself has changed. Look at Germany, look at France, look at Britain. Those countries and their leadership and their governments, a lot less stable and a lot less convincing, really, in how they deal with the politics and the geopolitics that's changed so much with Donald Trump back in the White House.
Yolo Abdafid in London, thank you very much. So attention now turns to Donald Trump's inauguration to become President of the United States for the second time. And don't forget, he'll be speaking on Thursday via video link here at the World Economic Forum annual meeting in Davos. And we'll be bringing you full coverage and reaction from the world's most influential people. So do stay across CGTN and all of our social channels. For now, though, from me and from all the team here in Davos for CGTN, goodbye.
Now, many thanks to our colleagues in Europe. We just saw from the live pictures of the inauguration ceremony in the U.S. Capitol. It's quite a scene there, quite a crowd. I saw Jeff Bezos, Tim Cook, Elon Musk, of course, and all the living U.S. presidents and their spouses, except Michelle Obama. A notable absence, of course, Barron, the youngest son of Donald Trump, who looks like, what, 2 meters tall now?
Reportedly, I think Michelle is sick. I've seen, some people mentioning that Michelle Obama is sick.
Yeah, but according to his
Nancy
memoir
Pelosi
in 2022, she was not a big fan of Donald Trump either. We don't know. What did you pick up from the scene, the live pictures of the inauguration ceremony so far?
Well, I mean, he got a real reception. He was very somber. He entered the room and he was shaking hands and making small talk with people. He's a little bit more comfortable this time around than he was the first time when he was a bit stiff. He didn't know how reception. He kind of just only talked to people who he knew would shake his hand. This time around, I think he's feeling his power a lot more. Yeah. That's my impression from the pictures.
This is also the first time that this inauguration taking place inside the Capitol Hill Rotunda because due to the cold weather.
Actually,
I think the last
Ronald Reagan.
Yeah,
had it
last
there.
last time was like in 1985 during Ronald Reagan. So this is like second time, but still quite new because you covered it twice, but it was outside.
It's quite unusual, but what you can see is certainly in the congressional leadership, J.D. Vance will be inaugurated in a few minutes from now, followed by Donald Trump. We're expecting Donald Trump's presidential speech in about 7 minutes from now, so stay tuned wherever you are watching this live show. Professor Zhang Gong, what do you make of what you saw just now from the live pictures?
Well, reportedly only 750 some seats in the rotunda, a lot less than people would like to go. And also, I've seen some reports or some mentioning that it's in that hall, it's clearly America first. The foreign dignitaries, even including foreign presidents, sit in the back seat in the last few rows. And
isn't that always the case?
It's very American, I think. I think this is it would have never happened, for example, in other countries. In China, for example, you don't have a visiting foreign president sitting in the back behind senators, right?
They're the first seaters.
Yeah. So I think that's a very clearly American first impression that I've got. But it appears to be the Trump family seems to be in very good spirit. I think it's clearly a marching in with Trump, with victory. Donald Trump feels at this moment, I think he feels very much vindicated, and he's extremely confident, and they're all in good spirits, I guess, right now.
Yeah, we've got to talk about the inauguration speech itself. What can we expect? Usually, a U.S. president gives broad strokes about what he's going to do. He's not going to name specific names or even countries. I believe China was only named once in the past 5 presidential speeches. What do you expect, Aina?
Well, he's going to make a call for unity behind him. But he's also, he can't resist. He's going to go into a number of issues about unfairness and things like this, and how America has to be first. He's going to go back to a lot of his campaign rhetoric because he has to. This is the red meat for his people. If he doesn't do that, then they'll say, "Oh, you've got the office and you've sold out on us." And he's expecting trouble with inflation. So I think he's going to try to convince his core group that they made the right choice.
I think for the most part, this speech will be speaking to the American people, so it's very much domestically oriented, I would guess. Second, I totally agree with you. On an occasion like this, the president usually talks about unifying the nation, appealing to both Democrats and Republicans, and he will probably do the same thing. But he also, I think, without any reservation, unabashedly, he's going to talk about his priorities after taking office, things like border control, deportation, stuff like that.
Yeah, remember, as soon as this is finished, he's going to go to the president's room in the Capitol and the Senate, and he's going to sign all these proclamations and what's expected to be 100 executive orders. You can't exactly say, "Oh, let's unify," and then So I think there's going to be a justification given for that. It's time to take back America, the kind of red meat, MAGA stuff that generally comes.
I think yesterday, before during the pre-inauguration speech, during the rally, he made a speech to the American people as well. He mentioned how he's gonna bring all the jobs back to the United States, improve the living standards for average Americans, unleash the liquid gold underneath the earth, and also how to suspend the ban on TikTok. So he addressed all these issues. Do you think he's going to address the similar issues during this time?
No, I think it's going to be more like John said. This is going to be more about justifying these 100 orders that he's about to give. He's going to say, I bring everybody together, and then he's going to list all of his priorities. We've got to take back America. We can't have these Muslims here. We can't have illegal immigrants. We're going to take back our country. This is going to be the greatest country on earth. It's not unheard of. I mean, this is a time for him to set the tone for his last presidency. There's nothing after this. assuming.
Yeah.
But he's feeling the moment. Look at him. I mean, he was very comfortable. This was not the same man that was 8 years ago walking into the room. It was a little bit tentative.
Then once, because what's going to tell you about China? To say good things about China is not going to be very welcome in this audience. No. And to say bad things about China doesn't, suggest the warm feelings between the President Xi and President Trump on the heels of that telephone conversation. So I don't think it's a good idea to talk about China.
Let's talk about the telephone call. It was
no,
very
no, I'll go back to something you said.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think he is going to make a reference to those countries that don't fall into line. I mean, he does it. He likes to run hot and cold. He'll say, "Oh, we're friendly," and then he'll do something. Look at what he did to Justin. I mean, he came down to his house, he welcomed him in, and then as soon as he left, pretty tough.
Yeah, let's talk about the phone call between President Xi and President Trump. That was pretty cordial. And, the two sides, according to releases by both sides, it was a very cordial conversation.
Cordial, but different readouts. I mean, the issues that were specified, that Trump said he was talking about had to do with his side. Xi was talking about Taiwan, about peace in Gaza, more international issues, and about creating a ability to work together, whereas Trump was just talking about his issues. So, yes, cordial, but it didn't seem that there was a meeting of the minds.
Professor Zhang, do you feel the same?
He actually put out a tweet to mention what's being discussed in the phone call, and certainly it's not going to be a very long paragraph as what's appearing in Chinese government's official version of it. So certainly I think he's going to mention the things of importance to him. But overall, I think the fact that he himself immediately announced to the world that we had a phone conversation suggests that this conversation probably went pretty well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so anxious to announce this to the rest of the world. So I think that from that perspective, even though I totally agree with you, the content they describe are quite different. Well, I'm not.
He asked for the phone call. It wasn't. China didn't say, "Oh, let's have a phone call."
I think Donald Trump is about to swear in.
We're looking at the live pictures of J.D. Vance, the vice president-elect, is to be sworn in at any moment. He's raising his right hand and placing his left hand, presumably on the Bible, with his wife and a kid, apparently.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support. This man could potentially be the next president.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance.
Of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Now, Donald Trump has been sworn in by Chief Justice John Roberts. Now, Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States.
Professor Gong, I also have a question for you because you come from the background in economics.
Right.
I spoke to a lot of people from the United States and from China. A lot of business people think the Trump administration would be good to China because he's a businessman. That's believed by some people. So, just like from your background in economics, what do you take?
I'm skeptical about this idea. I think it is all about America first, and I think his policies appear to be very antagonistic. Also appears to be, very much one-sided for America unabashedly. He doesn't care about other countries. I think we have to wait and see whether the Trump administration is going to be beneficial to the Chinese development. Well, I think at least the first term proved to be a heck of 4 years with the tariffs and all these things. I would still reserve whether he's going to be a good thing for China. I'm not sure about that.
During the phone call between President Xi Jinping and President Donald Trump, I think both sides showing that the friendship, we got to work on building, repairing the friendship and make sure we can deal with our differences. And well, we both develop how to, but I'm wondering, how do you, you seem very...
Let's be clear.
Skeptical, let's put it mildly.
No, I mean, no. My point is that Xi Jinping has been, a model leader. He hasn't said anything bad about Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump has said all sorts of things about China and things like this. He's been very even-keeled. He has his own gravitas. He tries to keep an open hand. He understands the U.S. is trying to contain China, but you're in a situation where you don't get, it's like being born. You don't get to choose when. You're just in the situation you're in. China's trying to make the best of it. Right now, they're watching. There's some very cautious optimism that somehow they can, transactionally come to some agreement which puts a lot of these tensions aside. But it doesn't mean that all the tensions go away. It's just, it's time. He's going to be gone in 4 years. You don't know what's going to come down the line. And I think China's ability to see beyond, one period is very, very important. You see this in the planning and why China has been able to do so well. It's because they say, okay, we don't have to look at the next 2 years. We need to look at the next 100.
I think it's fair to say that China would be better prepared now, this time around, should Donald Trump launch another round of tariff war, attack war against China. If you look at 2023, when, I'm not a tech guy precisely, but when Huawei came up with this Kirin 9000 7-nanometer chip that is indigenously invented, created, and made. Many people say that thanks in large part to Donald Trump's trade war against China, China was forced to come up with indigenous technology better, cheaper, and faster.
Yeah, but the crazy thing is now Washington is mad at China for developing this chip. He said, no, you weren't supposed to develop a chip. You're just supposed to not get any chips and then come begging back to us or have your economy collapse or whatever. It doesn't really make sense. If I come over and start slapping you, you don't really want to shake my hand. And this is the difficulty. The U.S. believes that it needs to be in control of the world and that any threat, remember, they did this to Japan back in the 70s and 80s. So at this point, there's just this feeling, we have to be on top. And I think part of it, being an American, is this idea that if we're not on top, and if somebody gets on top of us, maybe they'll do to us what we have done to other nations.
Projection.
Oh, yeah.
Psychological term. But, yep.
Professor Zhang Gong, should we pursue another round of tit for tat against the U.S.? Should Trump launch another round of Cold War, or we should stand still?
Well, I would, very frankly, I would advise the latter. I think, during the first trade war, we learned some lessons here. I think, escalation on both sides actually don't work very well for both sides. And I think China today is in a very different situation as was during the first trade war. I think the country is prepared for that. The country is developing its indigenous technologies anyway. And I think at the end of the day, I think China's strategy has been developing its own technologies, regardless of what Washington's going to do. Now, on this note, I think I'm actually a little bit optimistic because I think Trump probably takes a little bit of a different perspective on this technology boycott, essentially. He also cares very much about corporate America's interests. That reminds me of one action he took during his first administration. Remember, there was a time when Washington was talking about boycotting the GE-made engines for the C919 airplanes, right? And eventually he made the decision that it allows the sale. He would allow the sales for GE. So that example is quite interesting to me because there's some voices coming out of Washington in recent time that there's a need to reassess the effectiveness of these sanctions and technology boycotts. It hasn't slowed China down. It hurts American companies like Qualcomm and Broadcom badly. So I think if previous example serves anything, Trump may take a different perspective. So I'm a little bit hopeful that he will indeed take a reassessment of this policy, and maybe a decision can be made differently.
Well, that's very hopeful.
Can Elon Musk play a major role in terms of either the question of Taiwan or Donald Trump's approach vis-a-vis China? To what extent does Elon Musk has any sway over Trump's decision vis-a-vis China?
Well, I think Elon Musk has a fairly large amount of influence over him. I think Trump believes that he's a very smart man. He also listens to him because Elon Musk...
Sorry, guys, I had to interrupt you because the 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump, is about to give a speech.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, they're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly.
Wow, that's some quite encouraging speech to his supporters. And probably to
I say red meat to the base.
That's the same ranting and raving that you talk about in America.
But it seems to be more measured and more innuendos. I mean, than
no,
than
he
8
delivered
years
well.
ago.
He's like sad for America. But you notice the first thing, America is a victim. I'm sure this does not play well in other countries right now, where they feel that they've been victimized not only by the United States but by other colonial powers. America first. All teleprompter except at the very end. But the thing that really struck me is homeless billionaires. I think that's going to be something that MEM, feel sorry for homeless billionaires.
For sure. They got a one house burned down. But
well, they have 50 more, but they're homeless.
Professor Gong, what's your takeaway?
He hasn't mentioned China so far.
Yeah, surprisingly.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's one word he mentioned. He said America's going to be exceptional.
No, he said we're not going to be victimized. I think this was a thing.
By any country, any bullies. But Professor Gong has a point. America's going to be far more exceptional.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you get more exceptional than exceptional, right?
I think the word exceptional, to be used in a speech like this, is unusual in my view, right? I mean,
it's quite the opposite. He's referring to American exceptionalism.
Yeah, I know.
This
that's what he's talking about.
We should, that in America we are so exceptional. We are leading the world. If we're not leading the world isn't right.
Yeah. To the rest of the world, I think they already think America is quite exceptional. American exceptionism. But during his speech,
thank you very much.
We're going to continue to watch
Let's continue. Let's listen.
That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before.
He received a standing ovation. Clearly, the crowd loved his speech, and I think it's really, really shocking to a lot of people. Like January the 20th, Liberation Day of the United States. How do you make of this?
Okay, they weren't clapping for that. Actually, it was very subdued until he mentioned Martin Luther King. This is something that cuts across everything, and I think a lot of people were clapping because they hope that he means it.
I mean, this is unusual. I mean, think about the president who in 2017 rejected to criticize the white supremacists in Charlottesville, Virginia, where I used to live. Right. And now, openly talking about Martin Luther King, memorializing that great figure of the United States, talking about Hispanic Americans, African Americans, Asian Americans, America being more inclusive. To what extent can we trust, what he says? Will he mean what he says?
This is more rhetoric, I think. Many people say that deep in his heart, Trump is a racist. As you point out, you mentioned clearly the racists in Charlottesville. He thinks that these are good people. He said that, right? Yeah. So I think it's just more of a rhetoric, I think. Now, one thing that strikes me is that. He thanked the African Americans. He thanked the Latinos, Hispanic people in winning this election.
Okay, guys, let's listen in again.
We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, And we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged.
Well, Donald Trump says he's going to tariff and tax. Should China be worried?
Well, he hasn't said specifically, which is kind of interesting. But, you know, two things he didn't mention: election fraud and the Muslim ban. He said, I'm going to protect all religions and things like that, but he is going to be signing, it's reported, a Muslim ban. He's putting troops on U.S. soil. The Enemy Aliens Act was, you know, part of, the revolution in America. It just hasn't been used. But what this means is there's always been a prohibition about using U.S. troops on U.S. soil. Right? They're to protect outside, not inside. You have National Guard to do anything on the interiors. So this is a clear departure from that. The laws will be done there. He said they're going to be terrorists and inflation. I couldn't understand this. The inflation thing, he says on one hand he's going to do everything he can to prevent inflation, but then he puts the tariffs on, so that's going to increase inflation. So I don't know exactly how that's going to work. This energy thing, he said, drill, baby, drill. Well, no, but here's the problem. The low-hanging fruit for drilling and excavating and things like this is gone a long time ago. All right, there's not like a big pool of oil you can just suck out of the ground. They have to go to very extreme places, spend a lot of money on deep drilling things. It's going to be expensive to pull it out. So I don't know how this energy dream comes true. It'll be too expensive. Versus Saudi crude, which is like $11 to $15 a barrel coming out of the ground.
I think he sees bringing the oil price down as a major solution to the inflation problem.
But how do you do that? He can't do that with American oil.
Well,
only fracking, yes.
Yeah, he said he's going to export American oil to the rest of the world, clearly meaning that he's going to saturate the market with oil exports from the United States.
The United States government doesn't produce any oil, okay? We stockpile it. It's private companies out there. The low-hanging fruit is fracking. You put stuff in the ground and you pull the oil out.
It's 50. The cost is $50 per barrel, I guess.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Right now it's $80 per barrel. He's probably talking about maybe bringing it down to maybe $60.
Well, he's going to have a problem with the Middle East.
I think the most significant message in his speech so far is regarding Panama Canal. This is blatant intimidation and threat, and he's clearly indicating that, in my view, of course, some kind of a military action is going to be taken against Panama.
Yeah.
And this is shocking. This is really, really shocking.
No, we were expecting it. I mean, this is just a reassertion of the Monroe Doctrine.
Yeah.
Think about it. The Gulf of America, and he said 38,000 lives were. It's not true at all. The lives that were lost were from local people. The Americans were a handful, maybe less than 100. So this idea that 38,000 Americans, and unless he naturalized them after they're dead, it's not true. I mean,
if I were politicians in Panama, I would be very nervous at this point. I think, and listening to his talking about Panama in that kind of a terms, it's scary. It's really scary. I think
we've done it before.
There could have been more respect. Let's put it that way.
Well, no. I mean, what did we see there? He went down the red meat list. And he said everything that he said in his on the campaign trail. He repeated there, and you kind of ask yourself why. This was a moment when you could either go and say, "Look, I want to bring the people together." What you said, I want to bring people together. I want to have a new start, turn a new page. We should go together, hand in hand. You didn't hear much of that. It was just the rhetoric from the campaign trail. And quite clearly, he's aiming for the Nobel Peace Prize. I want to be known as the peacemaker. I don't think
and unifier.
Yeah, I don't know how the folks down in Panama feel about him being the unifier and peacemaker, saying that he's going to take over their part of their country.
Or the change of the Gulf of Mexico into the Gulf of America.
America, yeah.
He's gonna tax foreign countries to enrich American citizens.
That doesn't make sense at all. I think he turns the traditional classic economics upside down. He said he's going to create an external revenue service.
ERS, not IRS.
ERS.
Well, no, but there's method to this madness. The last time around, he basically used the money that came in from tariffs as a slush fund to pacify different groups, like the farmers. He said, "I'm going to give you a bunch of money. It's coming out of this." But it's coming out of the pockets of ordinary Americans, and you can't put it back in.
Yeah.
They needed trade, not aid.
What also stood out to me is he like you mentioned, making America looks like the victim of the world. He said, we're gonna stop from other countries from taking advantage of the United States.
That has always been his...
and like how they are... But the thing is, he also mentioned that we're going to rename the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. He's saying that he's bringing colonialism back. So
well, no, that is the Monroe Doctrine. He's reinstating it in a very effective way. I mean, he just says it's ours. I mean, what do you do when you rename it?
This is imperialist America in 18th century, in 19th century, at a time when America was engaged in war with Mexico, with Spain.
We're back with Donald Trump's speech.
But we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. we will be prosperous, we will be proud, we will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered, we will not be intimidated, we will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely, we will live proudly, we will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it begins with Golden Age of America and ends with Golden Age of America.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, look, when you say free, sovereign, independent nation, I think NATO has something to worry about. Because you say we're going to be completely independent means we don't do anything with anybody.
They're already quite worried when, like, United States is
well,
the
we heard the
strongest
report.
power.
Yeah, we heard the report. They're bracing for 22% of their budget. A large part of it may be disappearing.
Did he mention Greenland at all in his speech? I really
Nope.
catch
Not
the,
that I can recall.
Right.
This is interesting.
I didn't hear that.
No.
He talks about bringing freedom of speech back to the United States. What is he inferring over there?
Exactly.
Maybe TikTok, I guess.
No, it wasn't TikTok. He was inferring that he said that there were selective,
cancel culture.
Cancel
Banning
culture.
of his Twitter
things like his
account.
Twitters when things. He was kicked off Twitter. Kicked off Facebook. So I mean, he's really putting out there that once again, I'm a victim. You're a victim. We're all victims, and the rest of the world's to blame.
I wonder what global South countries or the rest of the world feel about this.
I don't know. I'm sure people who are starving in different parts of the world just realize that they've been victimizing the United States all these years. You just didn't know it.
Yeah, this is a 19th century America. In the late 1920s, late 1900s. This is a kind of America very different from today's America, and he wants to go back to that era.
Yeah. Okay, so on a serious note, let's put this into perspective. You have somebody who was preaching this, and he's been preaching this on the campaign trail, and the majority of Americans voted for him. So what is it about America that they're electing him not once but twice? Yeah. And I think it's 45 years. America has been going backwards, and the political parties have not solved anything. They always say, I'm going to solve it. Give me a chance. They get in, they do the same thing. The next thing, Biden, he campaigned against the tariffs. He said, oh, these are no good for the American consumer. He criticized Donald Trump on his foreign policy. What did he do? Continued the same. I mean, this kind of idea that, these political parties are no good, they just represent themselves. So they went for a maverick. So he's a symptom of, a deep malaise in American society. And it's unfortunate. There's so many good people, like with this whole thing with Red Book. All right.
And little red note.
Little red note.
Yeah.
People are starting to understand that the world is not the way they've been told. And these are good people. Most of Americans are really decent, nice people. Of course. They'll help you.
Yeah.
They care.
By the way, on right note, like on one hand, average American people are learning about China that it was not how the media told them. And on the other hand, right now it is filled with the American stories, like working class American stories, like how they cannot afford their universities, how they're burdened with the student debt, how they doing 3 or 4 jobs, but still cannot keep their end meets. So now Chinese people also start to realize, to get a better understanding of the average working class American people.
Yeah, I mean, America, we always sold ourselves as the land of opportunity. That all you had to do was come, work hard, all right, obey the rules, and anything was possible. Whereas in, Europe and places like that, you'd be held back by class or because you didn't have money or whatever. And it's sad that's gone. But, I mean, Americans are trying to recapture it. They have chosen Donald Trump to be the vessel. I mean, I've asked evangelicals, why do you support Donald Trump? He doesn't seem like an evangelical. He doesn't go to church very often. He's done things which would not be in line with your beliefs. And they say, well, he's an imperfect vessel. I mean, God has appointed him to save us.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, you know what? I think I was really impressed by one thing. I was not really impressed because 8 years ago he did the same thing. His speech, he made speech in such a way that there are parallel sentences, very small words, that was interrupted by, of course, applauses. But notably, is mostly Republican, congressional Republicans, clapping for him or standing up for him, except for once when Bill Clinton stood up. Was when Donald Trump says he freed those U.S. hostages. Donald Trump says he's going to be a peacemaker and wars. Should we lay hope on him for doing that?
Well, I mean, again, I want
namely in Gaza and Ukraine.
Yeah, well, I will still refer back to Panama. I mean, this kind of a language, you think it's a pacifist message? Come on, this is the exact opposite. I'm predicting actions against Panama, to be honest. And I think this sends shivers down the spines of a lot of politicians around the world capitals, especially, I think, in Central America, in Europe as well. This is, again, I want to say, this is a very different America right now. It's going back to the 1800, 1900. It's unilateral, unabashedly. It's imperialist America.
Well, you say that, but in Syria, we're sitting on their oil and stealing it, taking it. I mean, he said, "Oh, we should do this. We are owed it."
This kind of a naked, aggressive language. Does it?
Syria, you don't see that as naked aggression? We're sitting there taking their oil.
This kind of a sort of blatant language. Does that resonate with American voters, American people? I think a lot of people.
Well, yeah,
would be,
no. If you're saying we're a victim, all right, somebody's victimizing. It's Panama.
Yeah, but he also mentioned we're gonna defend. Over the past few years, our soldiers defending other countries' borders and not defending our own borders.
We're talking about Ukraine, clearly.
Yeah, and so he looks like he probably will end the war over there in Europe and Middle East soon, but focus on more on immigration.
The issue with Trump is very simple. He doesn't want to pay. But if the European Union wants to buy arms from the U.S. because they have all our arms systems and things like that, they'll sell it to them. He doesn't. He just says America shouldn't be paying for it. But when he says, "Why are we defending borders?" NATO should be worried because that means, how many troops we have in Europe. Right? How many bases, what they cost, things like that. He says he's going to make a strong military. He didn't say how, but he could be bringing back a lot of bases on the theory that why do we need them? Why are we protecting them? They're not paying us. And this also for South Korea and Japan. He's going to say you not only pay the cost, the actual cost, but we need a little premium. So expect some very, very big changes. He's not going to be held back. At this time, somebody says adults in the room. He's the only one who's going to make decisions.
He also didn't say much about Ukraine. There's a lot of expectation that somehow, you mentioned that he's going to put an end to this war. I just don't see that how.
Yeah, he mentioned during his day the hostages in the Middle East are coming home.
Yeah,
that's because he claims that as a win for him. But you notice he did not mention the name of one other person. He didn't mention Elon Musk, although he talked about
the government efficiency ministry.
He didn't talk.
We'll have to leave you there, guys.
Okay, so for the latest, let's cross over to Nathan Keane at the White House in Washington, D.C. Nathan, can you tell us the mood of the crowd attending Trump? Yeah.
Go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah, sorry, there's a bit of overlap there. You're absolutely right. The mood of the crowd is pretty jubilant at the moment. I actually just went for lunch around the corner to a restaurant, and they were all watching the swearing-in ceremony, the inauguration of the 47th president, who was the 45th, of course, on the TV, because they weren't able to get tickets for Congress and weren't able to be on the mall as it got moved inside. And I can tell you the jubilation in that bar when they saw Trump come into the sound of the opera singer, when J.D. Vance was sworn in, and then the president, and also after his speech. It's a very different speech that he gave 8 years ago, where he talked of American carnage, and now he's talking about a golden age of America, the optimism that he is exuding, a president that was once a victor, then in defeat, facing even jail time, and now back in the White House in just a couple of hours, but now sworn in as the 47th president. And I can tell you the mood on the streets of the Trump supporters that have come in here has really been quite ecstatic today, even though you don't see the throngs of you normally would see along the wall. Sometimes they were even outnumbered by law enforcement and security. But I can tell you, in every bar, in every restaurant, and anywhere that's a bit warmer than I am now, there are hundreds of Trump supporters who are not locals, let's face it. Maryland, next door, and DC are very Democrat, including Northern Virginia. These are people from places that won him the election. I'm talking about Michigan, I'm talking about Wisconsin, I'm talking about Texas and elsewhere. And they spend sometimes thousands of dollars coming with them and their family to be witness to a political comeback that even Hollywood could not have written the script for. So it's just an incredible moment for them. It's an incredible moment for Donald Trump, and you could see it on his face too, knowing that he never has to face an election again, knowing that he is going to be not just the 45th president of the United States, but now the 47th president of the United States, that he beat the man who said he was going to stop Trump returning. But he also defeated whatever you thought about it, the court cases against him, which were pretty serious and could have landed a man who will be here in the White House behind me in the next few hours, in a jail cell in New York or Washington or somewhere else. Just quite an incredible story that even Hollywood scriptwriters could not make up. And I don't want to detract from, the partisan nature of American politics and the problems that are going to weigh on him going forward. What we do know, though, in the next couple of hours, is that it's going to move from this wonderful ceremony away of passing from one presidency to the other, and let's face it, peacefully, into a very Trumpian presidency. He is going to be signing a lot of executive orders, taking a lot of executive actions. We understand on immigration, we understand on pardons, potentially for the January 6th insurrectionists, whether they're violent offenders or not, we'll wait and see. He could even start signing off on tariffs, which could affect China, the European Union, even Canada and Mexico. We'll have to wait and see. But what we do know is there are confidence. There's a swagger amongst Republicans that we didn't even see in the first Trump administration. They control, albeit narrowly, both houses of Congress, the presidency, at least for the next 2 years. And they feel that they've won the popular vote, they won the Electoral College, they deserved it. No one can challenge this election, and they are back here in town where they belong.
That's Nathan King from Washington, D.C. For more on the future of U.S.-EU relations, let me hand over to my colleagues, Jamie Owen in London.
Thanks, guys. Hello, I'm Jamie Owen. Welcome to London with Donald Trump sworn in now as the 47th President of the United States. Europe's leaders will be bracing themselves for a string of executive orders signed within his first 100 days and any potential impact they'll have here across the pond. Trump has threatened to raise tariffs on his allies, take over Greenland, end the conflict in Ukraine, and challenge the defense framework of NATO. Trump's threat to impose trade tariffs is among the most worrying prospects for Europe. Washington is the EU's biggest trade and investment partner. So where might relations between the two be heading? Our correspondent Will Denslow is in Brussels. Will, the new president has promised tariffs all the way. That really is going to hit Europe's largest economies hard, isn't it?
Jamie, that's absolutely right. And there's been a strong warning from the European Central Bank over recent weeks, essentially saying that tariffs are not conducive to growth. There have been some estimates, some studies that suggest that if these tariffs of up to 20% on goods coming from Europe to the US are put in place, then Germany, Europe's largest economy, could see its GDP contract by a further 1% as a result. So a major impact there on the EU. And there'll certainly be efforts from the European Union and its officials to try and stop that from becoming a reality. We've heard from Ursula von der Leyen, of course, one of the senior EU members, not in Washington for the inauguration. She says that together, the EU and US can achieve greater prosperity. But of course, the real question is how that'll fit into Donald Trump's agenda of America first.
It's the largest bilateral trade and investment relationship in the world. Trade between the US and EU stands at roughly $1.5 trillion per year. But incoming President Donald Trump claims Washington's getting a bad deal. He's threatened tariffs unless Europe reduces the trade deficit and buys more US oil and gas. The EU's trade surplus for goods stood at over $150 billion in 2023. But officials say that doesn't tell the whole story.
The EU has a substantial trade in goods surplus with the US, whereas the US has a substantial trade in services surplus vis-à-vis the EU.
Donald Trump's also threatened tariffs on EU member state Denmark unless it gives up the autonomous territory of Greenland, citing national security concerns.
EU officials say such threats are purely hypothetical, and Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says she's looking forward to a positive engagement with the incoming administration.
But that might come at a price. Trump has called for NATO allies in Europe to boost spending on defence to 5% of GDP, compared to the current 2% benchmark.
We've been derelict in terms of what we spent on defence. And I think what Trump has said, not unreasonably, is that if you expect us to support you, you expect the American umbrella to still be in place, the least you can do is pay for the supports.
Trump assumes the presidency with war still raging on Europe's doorstep. The incoming US administration has called for a quick resolution to the conflict in Ukraine. And the EU says it's willing to step up if Washington isn't willing to continue its leadership role. But Ukraine's president has urged Trump to maintain support for Kyiv.
President Trump is a strong man, and I want very much to have him on our side. For me, it's very important. I want to discuss with him more details about this war.
With the promise of carrying out an America First agenda, the international community is bracing for a more protectionist president. French President Emmanuel Macron has warned that a world of trade wars could be approaching, chiefly between the US and China. He calls it a moment of acceleration, and the EU will have to buckle up.
Buckle up. Will, is the EU prepared for a trade war?
Well, there's certainly plenty of preparation. Even long before November's election, the EU had essentially a task force in place to prepare for the possibility of a Trump presidency. Back in his first term in office, it's really believed that the EU was taken off guard, especially by Donald Trump's protectionist policies. Tariffs on things like EU steel and aluminium very much took Brussels off guard. So there have been efforts to ensure that that isn't the case this second time around. We've already seen some suggestions into how the EU might be looking to offset that, might be looking to appease Donald Trump in his second term. There's been suggestions that the EU be willing, for example, to buy more liquefied natural gas from the US to address this perceived trade imbalance that Donald Trump has referenced in his inauguration address. He says he won't be taken advantage of. That is a way that the EU will be looking perhaps to try and please Donald Trump and avoid the prospect of these tariff tiffs going forward. And defence spending, of course, that huge issue. Donald Trump wants 5%. Many EU leaders say that's unrealistic. Perhaps some kind of compromise could be found.
If there is talk in the corridors of power in Brussels that new US duties could nudge the EU towards protectionist measures too, which European industries are we talking about?
Well, of course, we heard during Donald Trump's speech that he said that he wants to essentially make the US auto industry more competitive, stronger again. So that very much puts into focus what this means for the European Union, considering the fact that the auto sector is absolutely vital for Europe's economy. Especially, we also heard from Donald Trump saying categorically that he perceives that America's future in the near term is not with this Green New Deal. Of course, in contrast, that is very much what Brussels is tipping its hat on, this transition to green technology. So how those two will juxtapose each other will be very interesting indeed. When it comes to protectionist policies, we've of course in recent months seen the EU take such a stance when it comes to Chinese electric vehicles, but with the same brush, we've also seen the EU in recent days making more strides when it comes to free trade agreements with the likes of Malaysia, Mexico, Mercosur nations in South America. So perhaps that's evidence that the EU is looking outside of the United States, seeing what other countries they can provide a more amicable policies with if they continue their approach of globalization, which we've of course seen championed by the EU in recent years.
Will, thank you for that. Our correspondent, Will Denslow in Brussels. Well, Mr. Trump has pledged to end the Ukraine-Russia conflict, although the timeline remains rather unclear. During his annual New Year address, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said he had no doubt that the new American president is willing and capable of achieving peace. Let's talk to our correspondent, Yoloap David. Mr. Trump initially promised that he'd end the conflict in Ukraine on day one, his first day in power. He's now rode back on that somewhat, hasn't he?
He has. He probably knows more details than he did when he actually made that claim initially. But a lot of what he said in his inauguration speech has been repeated before. It's been said during the campaign. So I think by repeating that he doesn't want America to be involved in wars, he wants the killing and the slaughter to stop in Ukraine, I think we can see that he actually means it, because he said it again during this speech. And he also talked about the loss of men, how bleak this war is. It's grinding on. The third year is coming to an end. And there are problems for Ukraine as well, which Volodymyr Zelensky doesn't duck. But Zelensky puts an emphasis on peace through strength, and he wants to hear what the details are in terms of what America can offer in terms of securing a peace. And on the other hand, we're not sure yet whether and when Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump will meet, and how will they offer, what carrot will be offered to the Russian leader to try and bring this war at least to a ceasefire, like what's happened in Gaza, which he again referred to. So I think there is an interest there to try and stop these wars. There's an interest to be more transactional as a leader. And by doing that, he thinks he has more security, more peace, and a better economy for the Americans. So I think in one way, it's an age of unpredictability, which lots of people have actually foresawn and suggest that this could be the unpredictability of Donald Trump as a leader. But equally, he seemed to reinforce a lot of what he's campaigned for during his, at times I felt, subdued speech in the inauguration speech, but still clear enough on what he wants to what he now wants to do as president.
Lots of people describe Donald Trump as transactional. He puts great store by meeting people face to face and doing a deal. How could the Donald Trump-Vladimir Putin relationship play out?
Well, a lot has been made about he likes strong leaders. He likes alpha males. He likes people who looks him in the eye and talks to him. In a very different way, the former Japanese, the now deceased Japanese leader, Shinzo Abe, did exactly that. He would fly over to America, he would look him in the eye, and he would meet him on golf courses, in meeting rooms, on the street, in New York, in Mar-a-Lago. But he knew how to actually get his message across to him. And it's been suggested by several former politicians involved with Donald Trump in the past that this is what world leaders and European leaders should be doing in the future, and take a leaf out of Shinzo Abe's book. In a way, with Putin, he and Trump have sort of said, well, I'm waiting for so-and-so to offer a meeting and see whether we can discuss. It's difficult at the moment, without details, to see what precisely the Americans, and definitely Ukraine, can offer Russia to make this war, at least for now, stop and have a ceasefire, especially with 20% of Ukraine still under fire from Russia.
Donald Trump has never been a huge fan of NATO, or rather the way NATO is funded at the moment, and that could lead presumably to some rather difficult conversations ahead about European security and how Europe contributes to NATO.
Exactly. That's what I mean by transactional. How much more will the European leaders, especially Europe leaders in NATO, will have to pay? And there is, very, very good reasons for that. For instance, last year, $968 billion was the contribution of the United States into NATO, while Canada and all the other member states of NATO in Europe paid in $506 billion. So you can see that by itself, the United States keeps NATO afloat to all purpose. There will be probably an uncomfortable conference in June in The Hague, which will probably remind people of what happened in 2018 in Brussels, when he threatened to pull out of NATO. He may well threaten to do that again, or maybe in the way that he conducted his press conference in Mar-a-Lago 2 weeks ago, he will say enough things now to try and get people to react before we reach that position where things get really difficult. But he will most certainly expect all the European countries to pay more into a defence budget, their national budgets and NATO in the future.
Yolo, thank you. Our correspondent, Yolo Apdavid. Well, the inauguration of Donald Trump is being watched closely thousands of miles away in Greenland, an autonomous territory of Denmark. Mr. Trump's controversial remarks about buying the island and not ruling out military force to take it has sparked some concern. Ahead of Mr. Trump's return to the White House, the island's future was debated in the capital, Nuuk. Our correspondent Evangelo Sipsas reports.
Here in Nuuk, the heart of Greenland, locals came together to talk about what's next for their island. With Greenland now in the global spotlight thanks to its strategic location and rich resources, the debate revealed a mix of pride, worries, and hope of what lies ahead.
Every media is about Greenland, but also remember to ask us Greenlanders, because it's us who lives here, and it's about us and our land. And the most beautiful thing about Greenland is nobody can own the land.
This deep sense of shared ownership resonates across Greenland, but not everyone in the room felt pride. For some, Trump's remarks and the growing attention on Greenland sparked genuine fears.
My biggest fear is occupation. I'm scared. I'm genuinely scared that that American soldiers are coming down with parachutes and American ships in our harbors and taking over our airport with their foreign airplanes. That's what scares me the most, because none of us has really tried it up here.
While those fears are real for some, others in the discussion pointed out that Greenland already has agreements in place to ensure its security, which for them are a key part of its relationship with the United States.
Well, it means a lot for the Americans. It means a lot for the world with regards to safety and security. And fortunately, Greenland already has a deal in place with the U.S. The last one we signed was from 2020, where we stated Greenland is vital for the defense of the United States. So that agreement we can hear is still very much forefront on the American incoming administration. So that's reassuring for us.
As Greenland takes on a bigger role in geopolitics, the message from the people here in Nuuk is very clear. They want their voice to be heard. They want to preserve their identity while navigating the reality of being in the spotlight for powerful nations. Evangelo Sipsas for CGTN, Nuuk, Greenland.
While we've been streaming, let me tell you that we're hearing that President Trump will once again withdraw from the Paris Climate Accord, removing the world's biggest historic emitter from global efforts to fight global warming. That's for the second time in a decade. So the world is watching the new beginning of the Trump years, part 2, and a future that he will surely define. That's it from all of us here in London. It's back to the team in Beijing.
Welcome back to Beijing. You are now watching special coverage of Donald Trump's inauguration. And Donald Trump has officially returned to power as the 47th President of the United States. This is an important day for people in the US and around the world. So now let's go to Mike Waters in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And China-U.S. relations starting on a warmer note as Trump begins his second term. Chinese President Xi Jinping spoke to Trump on the phone Friday. Trump said the call was very good, while Beijing says they agreed to stay in regular contact. Trump reportedly wants to visit China within his first 100 days in office, and Beijing says it stands ready to work with the new administration. Chinese Vice President Han Zhong's attending the inauguration. As President Xi's special representative, Han has met with his new counterpart, J.D. Vance. For more on all of this, we're going to speak with Sarip Gupta. He's a senior Asia-Pacific International Relations Policy Specialist at the Institute for China-America Studies. Always great to talk to you. Of course, President Xi emphasized relations stand to gain from cooperation. What specific areas of mutual benefit do you think will be prioritized in this new term?
I think at the very forefront, there's just going to be an emphasis on just having stability and predictability in the relationship. It's a transition from one administration to another administration. There's always a process of wanting at least to reinvent the China wheel within the administration. And the Chinese side would like to have continuity, given that in the last 18 months, they have been able to lock down, President Biden and President Xi were able to lock down a degree of stability in the relationship. There were 20 dialogue mechanisms. So long as there can be continuity in that regard, I think that is what would be ideal. And it's actually fairly helpful that we have this TikTok issue, which has come and has been placed on the front burner. It's a difficult challenge for both sides to manage, but at least it's an early test for both of them to work earnestly with each other and try to put good intentions to actual good results.
Yeah, we're going to talk a lot more about TikTok in just a moment, but given the fact that President Xi sent a special representative to attend the inauguration, what should we read into that?
We should read into that first of all, that Mr. Trump would have President Xi himself come out here was itself a sign that he wanted to get the relationship off on a good foot. It was understandable that Mr. Xi was not going to come, but that the vice president has come itself is it's a terrific sign that the Chinese side is very committed to taking the relationship forward from there. So I would not in any way look down on the fact that it's not President Xi and it's it's the vice president. But that it is a very good sign that the two sides do want to have communications and deepen their contacts. It's just getting the relationship off on the right foot, frankly.
Yeah, it's kind of a break from tradition. You don't normally see this. How might this signal a new direction in diplomatic relations, especially in the early days of Trump's second term?
It's a little too hard to say on that regard because, some of this might also have to do with the fact with Mr. Trump's vanity. He wants great foreign leaders to come at this great inauguration as America becomes great again. So it might have those connotations to it, and that's why he wanted to have important leaders at his inauguration, because it fluffs him up into this great leader. But that having been said, it's an opportunity. No matter what the intention was at the U.S. end, there's already been useful communication. Mr. Han has had conversations with the incoming vice president and with other people in Congress. So I think this is always a good opportunity to sort of lay out what next. Particularly as you just reported, Mr. Trump wants to be in China in the next 100 days. We'll have to see whether that happens. But let's also remember, in 2026, China is the APEC host. So there is no question that Donald Trump is going to be in China within the first 2 years of his administration, whether it happens within 100 days, we'll have to see whether, how that goes.
Yeah, it seems so interesting, though, because both countries going in different directions. Of course, China pursuing a green strategy. Trump in his speech today saying, drill, baby, drill. Of course, China embracing globalization, Trump in opposition to that. But both leaders expressing a willingness to solve problems together. What areas do you see where there might be some immediate progress, given the fact that they seem to have different agendas? And how could this benefit both nations?
I think the immediate areas would be primarily in the economic areas. Of course, Mr. Trump has talked in terms of tariffs, but that is also in terms of gaining leverage to have kind of, say, market opening deals or market purchase deals. It is an opportunity for the Chinese side to broach with Mr. Trump that they can be an important investor in the United States if Mr. Trump and his Republican Party are a little more willing to treat China as a normal investor with a lot of potential rather than a foreign adversary or an entity which needs to be blocked from the Chinese market. I think it's in the economic area that Mr. Trump really wants to have his early accomplishments, because he's talked about, American jobs, goods sold to American consumers, made by American labor, produced in America, and let's see how China can be part of that. So that's an area where I think the two leaders should obviously should focus on. Trump also knows that in spite of the fact that the US and China are going in different directions, as you just talked about, the two countries the relationship is a very, very consequential one, and it touches upon every major global issue bilaterally, regionally, and internationally. And there are many issues in the region. I mean, in terms of Taiwan having to have some sort of modus operandi in Taiwan which maintains stability in the region. We have, of course, the issue of North Korea. Trump had made immense efforts in his first term with North Korea. They did not come to fruition, but there might be another opportunity, and China could kind of tee up that conversation and facilitate that conversation. So those issues are also very much on the table. And finally, Mr. Trump has talked in terms of, this is with regard to Ukraine, of trying to get that war to a conclusion, and he would try to see how he can use Mr. Trump, President Xi's good offices with Mr. Putin to try to put perhaps a little influence to bring Mr. Putin to the table. So multiple issues, and of course I've not even got to the TikTok issue, so multiple areas where they can have a fruitful communication, but I think it's important to kind of structure and institutionalize the dialogue mechanisms, and then at the American end have a very senior interlocutor who would be President Trump's empowered interlocutor in dealing with the Chinese, so that there is not a cacophony of voices in Washington within the administration when they deal with China.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to watch. We've got about 20 seconds. I want to ask you one final question. It seemed like Biden did not soften these Trump trade policies in terms of the tariffs. Do you see or anticipate any change in the U.S.-China trade relations? It seems like maybe Trump might be, in favor of perhaps softening some of this.
No, I don't see softening, but I see that and in fact, there might be a little hardening, but I see also as a potentially to work out other commercial win-win arrangements in the context of the leverage that some of these tariffs and trade problems might arise. So it's not only a negative. There could be good commercial bargains to be had in the process that derive from the threats that he has made.
Saurabh Gupta, always great to talk to you. Thanks so much. We are going to continue our discussion, though, about TikTok, even though we didn't get the syrup on it. TikTok has restored its service here in the United States. It follows a promise by President Trump to sign an executive order granting an extension of operations. App stores restored usage on Sunday following the guarantees they would not face financial penalties for circumventing the ban upheld by the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, Beijing says companies can make their own decisions and operations and acquisitions. This reverses a previous stance that had opposed the sale of TikTok in the U.S. Amid all the uncertainty, over 500,000 so-called TikTok refugees have migrated to another Chinese-owned app, Xiaohongshu, or Red Note. Let's hear from one of them.
I didn't want to do it anymore. If they're going to try to remove and take away and this and that, somebody told me about Red Note, and I dive into it instantly, right off the bat. Everything that I have been doing on TikTok, Facebook, and all these other social media places, they are already doing it there. And there's a lot of people doing it. So I started commenting on stuff. The people were so friendly. I was blown away at the camaraderie of the people on that app.
Okay, for more on this, we're going to speak to Ray Wong. He's the founder and CEO of Constellation Research. Ray, always great to talk to you. We just heard from one guy, he dove right in. And so why is the president considering delaying the TikTok ban? And what does he hope to achieve by doing so?
Well, there's a provision in the law that allows them 90 days to figure out if there's a deal or if there's a way to transfer that technology. And there are a couple of suitors that are probably interested in this. And so Trump has that leeway to be able to do that. He cannot change the law. That has an act of Congress. But what he can do is take that provision and use it to see if there's a transfer of technology, a transfer of where the data center sits, and of course, transfer of ownership. So I think that's where he's able to actually maneuver and manipulate, at least find out if there's someone that's interested in purchasing them. And the signal from the Chinese opens the door that says, okay, we've approved or we've given you the green light to be able to do that if you want to take that option.
And you know, Trump supported banning TikTok at one point. Why do you think the about face, and what does this shifting stance mean for the app, do you think?
Well, actually, there's three issues here, right? The first one is reciprocity. The reason there was a ban was because Google and Facebook can't participate in China. And the second one was a national security issue. But the third one was interesting. Both campaigns in this presidential election cycle used TikTok and really appreciated what they were able to do with it. So it's kind of contradictory in that way. But I think, you know, that's really the question is, can you remove the privacy or the espionage pieces that, you know, that's really the concern of Congress while doing the deal. And so I think those have to be met if any deal gets passed through.
And you've got about 170 million Americans who use it. How crucial is it for Trump's administration to kind of work out some kind of deal that balances, as you pointed out, the national security concerns, but also making those Americans happy?
Yeah, it's a great point there, Mark. I mean, what's happening is 170 million people got to feel what it was like to go dark and to have it turned back on again. And I think that was an interesting exercise. Your earlier guest that was talking about their experience on Red Note, well, for a lot of folks on Red Note, they experienced a lot of censorship that they had never seen before. And so I think that combination, there's a value in TikTok from a commerce side and a value in terms of the social network side that I think 170 million Americans are trying to avoid not having to face or rebuild their social media profiles, which is not easy. So I think there will be a balance, but the national security issue is still in the forefront because that's what the law states.
And Ray, right before we came to you, of course, we heard from a Red Note user who said he just jumped right in. These are the so-called TikTok refugees who've moved to that platform, Red Note. Some say they opened the door for a deeper people-to-people communication between Chinese and American netizens. If TikTok is back online, do you see that trend of people-to-people communication continuing in some way?
I mean, there will be that, right? Once they understand how the censorship works and what can be said and what can not be said on that platform. Every country has their own rules, and I think people get a feel for what that is. But, you know, that's really what social media was trying to do. We're trying to figure out how we got, you know, cross communications around the world, break through barriers, and that was part of some of the globalization efforts that social media companies were trying to achieve.
And it's estimated more than 1 million TikTok refugees now registered on Red Note. Some of them say they are there to stay, even if TikTok's back in service. Do you see that? I mean, you follow these trends. A lot of people say these sorts of things, and you understand this stuff. I mean, do you think that's going to be the case, or do you see people moving back over to TikTok, or what's going to happen with the social media landscape?
It's the gravity of the network. Wherever you've made your networks or where their biggest networks are, that's where people move to. Everyone said they were going to give up Twitter and go to Threads. That didn't really happen. Everyone said they were going to give up Twitter and go to Blue Sky, and we haven't seen that, right? It's just when you've achieved a certain level of escape velocity, it's very hard to use another network.
People don't like change either. Ray, it's always great to talk to you. Thanks so much for your insights.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, let's meet another content creator who has migrated from TikTok to Red Note. Angie has over 112,000 followers on TikTok under her page SoAngel7. And in just a week, she's garnered more than 106,000 followers on Red Note.
If you are trying to do content creating, if you are trying to start over, this is the time to post. This is the time because now you can start over and everyone has a fresh start. Everyone gets the opportunity to grow. This is the game. This is the start over. This is when you're early access in. So get on Red Note. Get on back on YouTube Shorts. I'm on Fanbase. Fanbase is a new upcoming app too. This is not over.
Angie's just about everywhere. She's there on Red Note, and here she is in person talking to us. Angie, thanks so much for joining us from Florida. What's your reaction when you heard that TikTok could be banned?
You know, it was a tough one because that's my livelihood. That's my part-time job. I literally grew my entire fan base on TikTok, and to see that it could potentially be taken away from us is heartbreaking because that's a platform that I use my voice. I'm not your typical content creator. I'm one of those creators where I'm very vocal on my beliefs and what I believe and what I stand behind. And to know that it's taken away, it's like taking away our voice.
And Angie, you jumped to Red Note. We just saw that clip from there. How did you hear about Red Note, and when did you decide, look, I've got to move somewhere, I'm going to migrate there?
Good question. Well, you know, I started seeing it a lot on TikTok, and it was before everyone started migrating. A lot of people thought the app was not going away. And I said, you know what? Let's see what Red Note's about. I got on there. It took me a little bit of time, but, you know, if we expect people to come to the United States of America and learn how to speak our language, why not take a couple of minutes to do the same thing on that app? And honestly, once I did that, it opened a new world of people, of culture, of experiences. And I knew that TikTok was going to eventually either get banned or it was going to go through a black shadow period. So I said, let's learn how to use the app. So I made videos kind of teaching people how to use the platform as a TikTok refugee. And honestly, it's been amazing. It's a completely different culture. They're very welcoming. And, you know, it's something that I'm learning. But I love it. I love the app.
So you said amazing, and you said you're a TikTok refugee. So talk to us about that, you know, kind of the expectation level. What's this going to be like? I'm so used to this. Now I'm moving to this. And of course, you talked about kind of the cumbersome tasks involved in it. But now you're there on Red Note, rather. What's the experience been like?
The experience for me is I've had a lot of people messaging me, you know, asking, you know, what is America like? Or can you teach me how to speak English? And I'll teach you how to speak Mandarin. The community is welcoming. It's inviting. No one is looking to treat anyone any type of way. And that's the same thing that you experienced on TikTok. And for me, I felt like my audience grew a lot more quicker on Red Note because I think people were just happy with everyone coming together. It's a extremely important time right now that we're living in. You know, I mentioned it being the red shift where we're bringing in two different nations in together off of an app that people use to have fun with. What better way to do that? And that's something that I've just kind of just dived into. But I said, the community is welcoming. Everyone is welcoming. I don't know what the future holds for us and if Red Note will be here or will go tomorrow, but I'm here to stay.
You said extremely important time. It's also extremely important, these people-to-people exchanges. You see trade tensions between the two countries, China and the United States, but you see this level of dialogue and communication going on your platform there. Can you talk to me about that and the importance of that? And then also, if TikTok comes back, are you going to stay on both? What's your philosophy moving forward in 2025?
You know, I learned that I have to take every day as it is. You know, you just really do not know what to expect right now. You know, with TikTok being turned on yesterday, a lot of people were very surprised. We were assuming it was going to basically stay off until the inauguration today. And when it turned on yesterday, it was, you know, it was a moment to say, okay, let's really prepare ourselves. And as a content creator myself, my livelihood is creating content. That's what I do. So if I have to prepare myself to have another platform and get on that platform and still share everything that I'm passionate about, I'm going to do it. Again, you know, we don't know what the future holds with Red Note, but as of now, that community is amazing. It's interesting to learn. I really challenge more people to do things like that because I wouldn't have been able to meet the amazing creators or learn about the culture, the style, the food. I mean, anything you can imagine. We're all the same. At the end of the day, we are all human. Everyone is. When you take politics and you take everything out of it, we're human beings. And that's how I saw it when I got on Red Note.
And let me ask you another question, which is efforts to kind of stop TikTok, thinking, boy, we're going to isolate them. And then there's Red Note. What does that say about technology and and these kinds of efforts? Because, this may go away, but there's another right around the corner.
That's a good question. I think that TikTokers really realize that they're no longer willing to accept losing their voice. They want their voice to be heard. And I think us going to Red Note was a wake-up call for the government to say, hey, you guys cannot just take this away from us. People have lives. I know people who literally solely use TikTok as their source of income, and they're without jobs today. And that's a tough time, So I think that if Red Note goes away, I guarantee you we're going to be on to the next app. That's the thing about us TikTokers. We are willing to accept the challenge and we're not giving up. And I think that's something that resonated with a lot of the users on Red Note when I got on the app was that, hey, I'm here to stay. I want to learn, I want to grow, but I'm not going anywhere.
All right, Angie, thank you so much for joining us. Really fascinating discussion. And she's a Red Noter and a TikToker. She may be both tomorrow as well. Thank you again for joining us. Really appreciate it. That's going to do it from us right here in Washington, D.C. Let's get back to our colleagues in Beijing.
Thank you, Mike Water from Washington, D.C. For further insights, we are joined by Julian Chow, a student at the Yanqing Academy of Peking University. Hi, Julian.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So during the speech, Donald Trump mentioned a lot of new policies that will make sure to maintain America first. So I'm wondering, how will that affect your choice of a career in the future?
I'll say it's a little hard for me to answer right now, given that I'm at the stage of life where, career choices are still not down and a bit of an flux. But I'll say that right now I'm going towards academia and research. And so I'll say that Trump's policies and then the repercussions they bring, they'll probably make it harder for me to do research or apply for research positions and grants, given that the political leanings and the political environment in DC and in the think tanks and then the governments are changing right now. But that impact is probably not going to be as much, given how the field of academia is really small. But if academia doesn't work out for me and I go into employment, I'll say that Trump's America's First policies and these repercussions will most likely will limit the career choices I can go into. I'll probably have to think twice before going into something that's heavily influenced by international trade or commerce. I'll probably avoid working in the government for a little bit, given that which side of the political spectrum I'm on will potentially influence whether or not I get the job or not.
Thank you, Julian. Wish you great success in the future.
Thank you. Thank you.
Here in the studio with me are two vloggers and commentators from Ireland and Malaysia, and they will share their hot take. Now I give you Xinqi Discover China. Guys.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. Happy to be joining the special coverage here in Beijing.
Very, very happy and very excited to see all of the goings on in Washington and the reactions from around the world.
Okay, so my first question to you guys is, how do you see the potential impact of U.S. economic policies on EU and also on Ireland?
So I think I'll take that, seeing as how I maybe reflect both places. I think it's undeniable that the US has had and continues to enjoy a very comfortable relationship with the EU. However, with the recent rejoining of Mr. Trump to the White House,
will that change?
I think, will it change? Will it change? I mean, former European Commission President Jose Manuel Barroso actually said that he described his return as a shock therapy, which maybe says a lot. But I mean, he's made it incredibly clear from an economic perspective that he wants American companies to pay their fair share in terms of the taxation. So he's hoping to disincentivize those who base themselves internationally, which for a country like mine's, a small country of Ireland, which has really built its brand in terms of attracting foreign direct investment with the low corporate tax rate, that certainly makes for many worried heads where I come from in the world.
You know what my professor used to say? Follow the money. Follow the money.
So for that, I think with that as well, with Trump trying to reshore those financial, those companies back to the United States, I think what we might be seeing is other ramifications. He was throwing around different ideas of, 10 to 20% of tariffs and doing away with federal income tax. And I mean...
Woo! Sounds like a great place to be for a big business.
Creativity! But I mean, with that, some analysts have found if that was to hypothetically take place, what you could be seeing is a 10% reduction of the dollar versus the euro. Yes. And with that as well, you could be looking at, from a business and economics perspective, many of the major companies in Europe may be losing as much as 5% this year. So it's very, very big.
Well, 10% against the euro, right? Like,
Yeah,
really,
yeah.
10%. Wouldn't that just offset, 10% tariffs maybe?
Who knows? But I think with that, what Donald Trump returning to the White House, I think it reflects this current situation in Europe where it's facing the continuing and ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict, and seeing how Trump is also wanting NATO members to pay their fair share. So I think that there's a lot of economic policies that need to be worked out, and I think it is a very, very unstable time, perhaps.
Well, what will the EU do?
I'm not sure. Only time will tell, I think, Emma.
Maybe make other friends.
Yeah, like China.
Or Southeast Asia.
Okay, so I have another question for you, because my colleague in DC just mentioned 小红书, Red Note, is a trend. At first, it's TikTok refugees from the United States came to 小红书. Now we are seeing global content creators flocking to 小红书as well. So it seems like a perfect platform for people-to-people exchanges. So I'm wondering, how do you see the trend?
Well, I think firstly, it was a very excruciating 14 and a half hours for TikTok creators.
It was very scary, to say the least.
Now that TikTok is back, what does the future hold for both Red Note and TikTok?
I feel like it's incredibly exciting. The amount of influencers that have said that going on to Red Note has opened up an entire new world in terms of content creators and people that they've had interactions with they maybe never would have had before. So I think that that's incredibly exciting.
They've really embraced this whole I don't care about privacy. I don't care about privacy because they've really embraced it, and they're really going for it. They're sharing cat memes. They are sharing Steam tags.
Steam tags, yes. Many Steam tag videos. People very surprised at how easy it is to make Steam tags.
And they're very happy with the results,
But I think back to when I arrived in China back in 2018, and I think of the fact that I kind of felt some ways in a way as a TikTok refugee, where I came to this country in the first place and I didn't really know anyone. So I think actually it's amazing to see people who are based in America, but they're beginning to build those ties.
That's true. They don't have to, kind of take the dive and move across the globe just to learn about China like we did. But it's very interesting now because who knows how long TikTok is going to be back for.
Yes.
Right? And will we actually see, for example, the next US president campaigning on Red Note?
Will he brush up on his Chinese skills, perhaps?
Oh,
Who knows?
Well,
we'll have to see. But that's all to be decided in the future, I suppose.
Very exciting.
Very
exciting 4 years ahead.
Back to you, Jake.
Thank you, guys. We will bring them back in just a minute. We'll continue to hear their hot takes. But we have so far talked about the expectations of Trump's policies. Now let's also take a look at how his second-term cabinet is composed.
As Donald Trump prepares to take the oath of office, the spotlight is also on his cabinet picks. These nominees will play critical roles in shaping US policy over the next 4 years. Let's take a closer look at the team Trump is assembling to lead the nation.
Trump's cabinet features a mix of political veterans and outsiders. Here's a quick rundown of some key figures. Marco Rubio, as Secretary of State, a senator with a focus on foreign policy. Scott Bessent as Treasury Secretary, an investment expert with no prior political experience. Pete Hegseth, a Fox News host and Army veteran, is set to become Secretary of Defense. And Pam Bondi, the former Florida Attorney General, is tapped for Attorney General.
Let's talk more about Marco Rubio, Trump's pick for Secretary of State. As a senator from Florida, Rubio has built a reputation in foreign policy. Though he criticized Trump during the 2016 primaries, their alliance now signals a focus on maintaining strong ties in global diplomacy.
Another key figure is Scott Bessent, a hedge fund manager nominated for Treasury Secretary. With his experience managing large portfolios, Bessent is expected to steer financial markets and tax policies. However, his lack of political experience has raised questions about his ability to navigate Washington's complexities.
Then there's Pete Hegseth, the nominee for Secretary of Defense. A former Army officer and advocate for veterans issues, Hegseth's military background appeals to Trump's base, but critics have pointed to his lack of defense policy experience as a potential drawback.
Finally, Pam Bondi, Trump's choice for Attorney General. As Florida's Attorney General, she was known for a tough stance on human trafficking. However, her ties to Trump through campaign donations have sparked controversy, with critics questioning her impartiality.
Trump's cabinet reflects his unconventional approach to leadership, blending political insiders with outsiders. Each pick brings unique strengths and challenges, setting the stage for an eventful presidency.
And that's it from us. Stay tuned for more coverage of Trump's inauguration and what it means for the US and the world. Back to you in studio.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Now let's bring back Xinqi Zuke. Xinqi discovers China. Now, there are so many paradoxes out there, right? So many different dynamics if you look at U.S. politics. On one hand, the Democrats are supposed to be the party who cares about climate change, right? If you think about Al Gore, Bill Clinton, all the way to Joe Biden. And on the other hand, they also care about containing China's electric vehicle industry, right? It doesn't want to lose out to China because China produces way more electric vehicles than the U.S. What do you make of that, Sean and Emma?
Well, I think climate change is really one of, if not the major pressing issue of our time. And I think for young people, I think it's incredibly important for us to understand it as much as possible. And that EV vehicle market is really important to ensuring a future.
Yeah, that's right. Well, China's electric vehicle boom isn't just about innovative technology driving it.
Ooh,
see what I did there? See what I
very
did there?
smart, very smart, very smart.
It's also a deliberate strategy to reduce dependence on fossil fuels and also reshape consumer attitudes. You know, we're trying. China's trying, but then you have drill baby drills. Oh, so we'll see how it goes from there. But China's annual output of new energy vehicles exceeded 10 million units for the first time in 2024.
That's amazing. Those figures are astonishing. And I think it really talks about how China's domestic EV sales are going from strength to strength. I mean, in 2024, they grew by 40%.
Ooh.
Which is far outpacing the US's growth of just 7.3%. Amazing. And with China's ambitious goal of net zero emissions by 2060, they're well on their way to achieving that.
Well, at least someone is going net zero. I mean, China's EV market is also becoming a benchmark for the global industry. By 2025, China's EV market alone could reach an astonishing $378 billion US, and that is projected to double by 2030 in just 5 years.
My gosh. It's amazing. It's staggering, the figures that we're talking about here. But I think as well, Chinese companies are also investing in the development of those technologies in terms of battery technology, amongst all of the other components that go into these vehicles to ensure safe products for people to drive. And I think with Chinese automakers now representing 32% of the world's passenger vehicle production, they're just a place poised to get even more and more in the years to come.
That's 1/3 of global EV production there.
Crazy.
And I think that also goes to show how critical supply chain integration is, right, for this whole industry. So the question now is, how will other nations, including the US, respond to this? Will they compete with China, or will they kind of like learn from each other and collaborate, right? You know, through sharing best practices and working together. You know, that's how we can accelerate progress. Let's not hit the brakes there.
Push on the pedal.
So I feel like sustainable transportation and a healthy planet is also a way to make America safe again.
Oh, I like what you did there. Maybe you should run for office.
Ooh. Yeah, but I have also started seeing a lot of Chinese EVs on Malaysian streets.
Ooh, wow.
Really? Where? Kuala Lumpur?
My hometown of Sabah, Kota Kinabalu, Sabah.
Very good, very good. Looking forward to visiting your beautiful country now again without the visa-free policy. Don't you love these guys? Emma and Sean, 新奇组合. 新奇 discovers China. A big round of applause. Now, on a more serious note, with Donald Trump back into the Oval Office, the new administration's policies are far-reaching, extending not just across the Pacific, but also the Atlantic. In Africa, where the U.S. continues to play a major role, Donald Trump's diplomatic and trade priorities are equally impactful. Now, let's turn to my colleagues in Africa, Panea Karibi, for a deeper analysis of this topic.
Well, thanks again, and welcome back to our continuing coverage here in Nairobi. So Donald Trump has completed a comeback to the U.S. presidency, riding on a campaign that mimicked his previous run to the seat, and with the same slogan, "Make America Great Again." But his first term marked a period of lengthy uncertainty for Africa. So as we continue to explore what this new mandate holds for the continent, I am joined by Jerry Obili. He's our digital reporter here in Nairobi. Jerry, thank you very much for your time this evening. I mean, we have all watched the inauguration and, of course, his inaugural speech as the 47th President of the United States. It was an interesting speech. I mean, he said a lot of interesting things. What stood out for you?
Well, I think the glaring thing that stood out for me is, one, there was no mention of Africa at all in his speech. And it sort of also, as you've rightly mentioned, it mimicked his previous inauguration as the 45th President of America, where he really dwelled on making America great again. And then, as he was taking office for to become the 45th President of America, he said he was going to have an America First policy. He has mentioned that again today. And he has mentioned a couple of things that I think, as an African, you're going to be very interested in, just to set the scene for what the next 4 years are going to be in terms of the US and Africa relations. He has mentioned overhauling the trade system. And as an African, hearing overhauling the trade system, then you are going to automatically think about the AGOA Pact that the US has with African countries. And in that sense, you're going to ask yourself, the African products that have duty-free access to the United States, are they going then to be affected? And if they're affected, how many countries are going to be affected? And he has also mentioned other things about, just building America's military again, but has also mentioned America playing a bigger role in peace-making efforts in the world. And in Africa, I think you're going to be very interested in that, considering the number of conflicts that are on the continent now. You're looking at the Sahel region, you're looking at the West African region, you're looking at Sudan, you're looking at even the crisis in Mozambique. So what is it definitely that Donald Trump is going to do over the next couple of months, of weeks that he's going to, after taking office today, that he's going to be involved in immediately for Africa? I think for the next couple of weeks, you have to sit tight and see just what he implements.
You know, as an African, Jerry, watching that speech this evening, it worried me a little bit when it came to climate change. I mean, he said that he was going to make America rich. That's what he said, saying that the golden age of America begins right now. And he said, we are going to drill, baby, drill. That's exactly what he said.
That is exactly what he said.
Exactly. And for a continent that is so battered by effects of climate change, and for a continent that is right now pushing, I mean, Kenya held a meeting last year pushing for climate financing. And so I wonder to myself, are we likely to see any kind of cooperation from one of the biggest polluters in the world. That worried me, to be honest.
And I think the other thing that also has to worry us as Africans is the fact that he's talking about cutting back on electric vehicle production in the US. And you're looking at a country like the US trying to cut down on the production of electric vehicles. Then now you have to be worried as a continent that is also trying to, get into that field of producing electric vehicles. So how does that affect the continent? We are a continent that is trying to, move away from the impact of climate change and just to try and address that. And some of the discussions that have been on the continent across the board is just trying to, phase out some of these engine-powered, petrol-powered motor vehicles, and try to also explore that electric vehicle field. So then, how does that affect the continent? A continent that is really going on the back of COP29, that the continent was also, just tabling its demands. We are the least polluters in the world. We need more reparations from some of these well-developed nations, the first world as they call themselves. And so if the US is going to now go back into, drill baby drill, as America has, as Donald Trump has put it, that is definitely going to affect Africa, it is, in terms of its policy to try and, just green the world and also just, cut back on climate change. I think it's something that is going to be very peculiar for an African, and of course the African governments that are also being pushed to try and do more to mitigate the impacts of climate change.
Yeah, and also another thing you touched on, I think that also I thought about was, what you talked about, trade and AGOA. He said he is going to introduce tariffs, and that money is going to stream in from these foreign countries. And to be very honest with you, South Africa jumped to mind because I know they export poultry and they export wines to America, among other countries. And so it worried me a little bit on what that might do, like you said, on these African countries that, enjoy some of these trade benefits with America. That aside, though, he talked a little bit about his legacy, and he said that he wants to build a legacy of peacemaker and unifier. I don't know about you, but we've seen him in the first term. We've listened to his inaugural speech this time around. What do you think about his legacy?
I think his term as the 45th president of America was very conflicting for the continent. He was trying to push for some things that would appear positive, but then he got into a lot of political conflict with much of the continent. But now coming into office again as the 47th president of America, I think the groundwork has been done for him, especially over the past year in Biden's last year as president of the US. You do know that Biden was not really focused on Africa up until it was confirmed that he was not going to be running again in the November elections. And now he came to Africa pretty late, towards the very final quarter of the year as the last year as president of the US. And he came to Angola, he went to Cape Verde, and he was also trying to just try to sort out a couple of things. In Sudan right now, which is I think one of the biggest concerns for the world right now, the conflict has been raging since April of 2023, and up to now it's not been resolved. But then over the past month, the US has now imposed sanctions on both the generals of the Sudanese army and of the RSF. And now America has already now taken a step forward to try and just mitigate that conflict and just to try and resolve the whole crisis that is in the Sudan. So I think for Trump now, he has to build on that. What is it that he needs to do then? He has to ask himself what it is that he needs to do to ensure that the Sudan finds peace again. He needs to come in again to the Sahel region and to the larger West African region. We have seen a lot of African countries, trying to push back on the foreign powers, with particular mention of France. Many countries have told France it has to leave their borders. And then we have seen Russia trying to, get into that vacuum that's being created by the departure of France. So how will America also just try to play into that and to also just try to assert its influence militarily and also just as a peacemaker, as Trump puts it?
And finally, Jerry, as we wrap up, I don't know, we're looking at another 4-year term of Donald Trump. As an African, are you excited?
I wouldn't say I'm excited because, as I've mentioned earlier, he has not mentioned anything about Africa or any African country. But it would be interesting to note that he did not visit Africa as the 45th president of America. So he has 4 years to do that.
And he used some not so good words to describe some African countries. We all remember that.
Yes. So it's going to be very interesting to see just what direction he takes this time. Will he find time to come to Africa? The last sitting US president that did not visit the continent was Ronald Reagan, who served between 1981 and 1989. So will Trump be that other president that does not make it to Africa? I think we just have to keep still and wait and see how that unfolds.
Well, very well said. I think for me, I don't know, am I excited, Jerry? I think as of now, I'm yet to actually find something solid that would give me some optimism about his 4 years as the head of state in one of the world's greatest countries, I should say. Yeah, I mean, a few things that concern me, like I mentioned, the issue of climate change, for example, and also what you talked about. We don't really know what his policy about Africa really is. But Jerry, thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you for having me.
And that's all the time we have here in Nairobi. We are handing you back to our colleagues in Beijing.
Thank you, Nairobi, and welcome back. As we approach the end of today's special coverage, let's take a step back and explore how people worldwide are envisioning the future. To start, we've gathered reactions from people worldwide on their views of Trump's new administration. Let's roll the video, Voices Around the Globe, Opinions on Trump's Return.
Hello, this is Shan Hui. Donald Trump is making his comeback. The president-elect of the United States will take the oath of office on January the 20th. What changes will this second term bring compared to the first? How do the French and Canadians perceive Trump's return to the White House? And above all, what impact could this have on relations between the US and Europe? Our team took to the streets of Paris to gather citizens' opinion on this event.
Mon avis en tant que Canadien, c'est beaucoup d'inquiétude face aux décisions souvent qui sont intransigeantes, très impulsives, et les menace toujours. Ce que je trouve difficile avec M. Trump, c'est que c'est lui qui veut mener le bal et c'est lui qui veut décider. Il est imposé. Et ce qui fait des fois que la réflexion que je crois qu'il a n'est pas assez bien mesurée en fonction des impacts que ça va avoir.
C'est l'inquiétude générale, vu qu'on ne sait pas vraiment ce qu'il veut faire. Entre l'invasion du Canada, canal de Lourdes, le canal de Panama, et puis c'est un milliardaire qui s'amuse, quoi.
C'est un peu l'avènement, je pense, d'un peu de mouvements un peu, on va dire, nationalistes ou peut-être certains peuvent dire réactionnaires à travers le monde. Je pense que les États-Unis vont se permettre de soutenir des gouvernements un peu sur le champ politique à droite ou sur un champ politique justement qui défend des valeurs traditionnelles, etc. Un peu à l'encontre de ce qu'était le gouvernement d'avant.
Sur le plan humain, c'est un homme d'affaires, il ne faut pas l'oublier. Donc toutes ces relations sont basées sur l'argent. Donc tout ce qu'il voudra faire, si ça ne lui rapporte pas, ça ne l'intéresse pas.
C'est une personne qui est un peu hors sol, qui est un peu décalée pour moi et qui s'amuse avec ce qu'il a dans les mains. C'est un jouet pour lui. Je crois que le monde est un jouet pour lui, un peu comme Elon Musk. Et où je m'inquiète, c'est que ces gens-là ne réfléchissent pas à ce qu'ils disent tout de suite. Enfin, ils ne voient pas l'impact de leurs paroles. C'est ça qui est grave pour moi.
C'est quelqu'un qui va certainement impacter énormément les relations internationales. Déjà dans son pays, il veut construire des choses ou démolir des choses qui sont assez surprenantes. Et une méthode peut être très surprenante. Il s'entoure de gens qui sont pas forcément des gens, je dirais, que je pense être qualifiés pour ce genre de choses. Que ce soit des industriels qui ont bien marqué leur moment, certes, mais est-ce qu'ils sont qualifiés pour pouvoir démonter l'administration américaine? Il faut voir.
Politically, international, I think he already trying to buy Greenland and all those things, Panama Canal. I don't think he's doing good with international.
Big thing Trump has talked about is tariffs. That sounds like that's going to be a huge driver of economic policy. I'm not a fan of that. I think ultimately it's going to raise prices to like you and me. Like I don't want to pay more for stuff. We've already come through an inflationary period. So I don't see how that works other than it seems like a negotiating ploy.
Socially and politically, I think are kind of in the same thing. I think we're trending towards more conservative. I would hope that it doesn't turn to like a nasty point like it kind of did before.
U.S. being the big brother that they are, we have to provide some resolution that previous administration have not taken care of. So that's what I'm hoping.
I believe that the effect that he'll have based on me personally, being a business owner, I believe there is a lot of great aspects that he can contribute to that. But I also believe it's all about how you can utilize what he is doing to your advantage, because he is a businessman.
Myself being young, heading to college this fall, it's very comforting to know that especially our education system is going to be headed in the right direction.
I think that he's very pro-businesses, and I know that he's planning to take a hard line towards federal workers, so I'm excited to have him there.
مع بدء دونالد ترامب فترة ولايته الجديدة كرئيس الولايات المتحدة، يتوقع بعض المواطنين العرب أن تقوم إدارة ترامب بتعديل الاستراتيجية الأمريكية في الشرق الأوسط، كما أعرب المزيد منهم عن قلقهم بشأن أقواله وأفعاله التعسفية واتجاهات سياسته المحتملة.
يبدو أنه هو جاي بولاية تانية صعبة، ربما تكون أصعب من الولاية الأولى في سواء بسياساته الاقتصادية.
سياسة دونالد ترامب تقوم على تصفير المشاكل الأمريكية في الشرق الأوسط سواء لواشنطن أو لحلفائها في المنطقة، لكن في ذات الوقت هو يريد تصدير المشاكل إلى الدول سواء دول عربية أو دول إقليمية في الشرق الأوسط.
بس لا ترامب ولا غيره راح يوقف مع الشعب الفلسطيني ومع القضية الفلسطينية. جربناه بالمرحلة الماضية، شو عمل؟ ما عمل إشي.
بس أنا بعتقد أن الرئيس ترامب له بيعتمد كل حاجاته على الصفقات، فهو بيعتبر القضية بالنسبة للشرق الأوسط قضية صفقة، رغم أن هو ميال للإسرائيليين، بس ممكن يحل بالصفقات. هو مهتم بأن إسرائيل تبقى في حالة سلام مع المنطقة كلها.
أنا مش متفائل بإدارة ترامب، لأنه هو هيسبب مشاكل في المنطقة العربية، وكمان هو منحاز لإسرائيل بشكل كبير جدا، وسياساته الاقتصادية هتعمل مشاكل في الاقتصاد العالمي.
خلال فترة ولايته الأولى قد نقل ترامب السفارة الأمريكية لدى إسرائيل من تل أبيب إلى القدس، واعترف بسيادة إسرائيل على حدب الجولان، فيخشى الخبراء العرب من تعزيز مواقفه المؤيدة لإسرائيل في ولايته الثانية.
معروف السياسة الأمريكية من يوم وقعت، يعني هي إسرائيل حليفة أمريكا وإسرائيل بنت أمريكا، فمستحيل أن يكون يعمل شيء يعارض سياسة إسرائيل.
سيسعى ترامب لتكريس هيمنة إسرائيل والولايات المتحدة في الشرق الأوسط استنادا للمتغيرات التي تمت خلال الأشهر الماضية. سيسعى أيضا لفرض تطبيع على الدول العربية وإسرائيل في إطار تحالف يشبه بدون تسمية ولكن ناتو مصغر лилмантыка بإشراف الولايات المتحدة.
Отношение россиян к новому правительству Трампа неоднозначное и зависит от разных факторов. Давайте посмотрим, каково отношение у официальных лиц к правительству Трампа. Некоторые российские чиновники осторожно оценивают перспективы российско-американских отношений. Россия ожидает от администрации избранного президента США Дональда Трампа формирования собственных подходов к мировым проблемам. Вот такое заявление сделал министр иностранных дел Российской Федерации Сергей Лавров. Кроме конфликта между Россией и Украиной, в последние дни немало внимания уделяют и заявлениям Дональда Трампа о Гренландии и Канаде, которые, по его словам, должны стать частью Штатов. Это вызвало широкий резонанс в международном сообществе. Потом заместитель председателя Совета Федерации Константин Косачев в интервью российской газете «Парламентская газета» назвал вот такое высказывание Трампа чистой геополитикой и отметил, что оно направлено на увеличение присутствия США в Арктике. И при этом, по его словам, языком ультиматума Трамповской Америки добиться этого вряд ли удастся, что и не исключает возможности применения Вашингтоном чрезвычайных мер принуждения вплоть до военных. В целом, российское сообщество пока не сформировало единого мнения о новом правительстве Трампа. Многие занимают выжидательную позицию, ожидая конкретных шагов и политического курса новой администрации. Что касается мнений простых граждан из русскоговорящих стран о вступлении Трампа на пост президента США, то на соцсетях тоже появились разные голоса. Вот, например, под вопросом, чего ждать России после прихода Трампа к власти в США, есть и такие мнения. России нечего ждать не нужно. Сам не сделаешь, за тебя никто не сделает. Ничего хорошего мы не ждем. Следующее. Средний класс посадили на кредиты в США. Деньги не зарабатываются, а печатаются. Долг растет у всех, народ недоволен. А на Фейсбуке под постом про заявление Трампа о панамском канале Гренландии и Канаде то российские интернет-пользователи выразили такие мнения. Дружно жить нужно. Следующее. Их политика тоже противоречит уставу ООН. Следующее. Дело в том, что Трампа в США называют длинный язык, потому что он сначала говорит, а потом уже думает. Он еще не вступил на законную должность. Посмотрим, как пойдет. Под этим мнением еще другое мнение. Еще пара вот таких заявлений может и не вступить. Что будет и чего ждать в будущем после прихода Трампа к власти? Как относятся россияне к его возвращению на пост президента США? Пока на эти вопросы мнение у русскоговорящих людей неоднозначное и зависит от разных факторов, включая политические взгляды, источники информации и отношения к международной политике.
El terremoto político que se avecina en Estados Unidos promete ser de una magnitud difícil de asimilar. Hoy nos enfocaremos en las reacciones del mundo de habla hispana. En España, miembro de la OTAN y de la Unión Europea, la preocupación es la palabra más utilizada en los medios de comunicación ante las últimas provocaciones de Trump, entre las que destacan la imposición de nuevos aranceles, la retirada del apoyo militar a Ucrania, su voluntad de controlar Groenlandia e incluso anexionarse Canadá. En América Latina y el Caribe también hay preocupación ante las grandes incógnitas que supone la vuelta de Trump a la Casa Blanca.
¿Qué te puedo decir? Son los republicanos y al fin y al cabo la política estadounidense nunca cambia. Siempre llevan haciendo la misma política desde que se fundaron. Pues, explotar a los países sureños y expandir su economía de manera militar y por todo el mundo.
Particularmente preocupante para muchos países, incluyendo en América Latina, pero no solo en América Latina, es su estilo de negociación, ¿no? Yo te recuerdo, es un estilo con base en desde una perspectiva de poder, arrogante en muchos casos, con un chantaje importante hacia ciertos países y que ha generado una generalizada incertidumbre a nivel internacional y en América Latina.
La inmigración es uno de los temas más controversiales del discurso de Donald Trump. Ya desde su campaña electoral comenzó a amenazar con deportaciones masivas y rápidas, además del cierre de fronteras.
Esperemos que ahora la comunicación con los países con los que más ha costado que haya tenido pues, lazos, ¿verdad? Que a la comunidad latina pues la mire con ojos pues con menos severidad, con más amor al prójimo, ¿verdad? Un poco de más empatía con la sociedad, y que vea los problemas sociales que tiene América Latina, ¿verdad? Y cómo la pérdida de latinos en Estados Unidos pues perjudica a ellos económicamente.
A todos estos retos hay que sumar que Trump insinuó que buscará tomar el control del Canal de Panamá y el nombramiento de Marco Rubio como secretario de Estado, un personaje ampliamente reconocido por su línea dura contra países como Venezuela, Cuba y Nicaragua. A sus inicios, el segundo mandatario de Trump tiene en vilo a todo el mundo.
Now turning our focus to the road ahead, we recently launched a social media poll asking global citizens to share their expectations for the world in 2025. We provided 4 key options: world peace and stability, economic prosperity, personal security, and technological advancement. Now let's reveal the results together. So while world peace is leading the poll with 46% showing just how deeply people value harmony in uncertain times. And then coming in second is economic prosperity with 29% highlighting the importance of growth and opportunities for all. Now personal security follows with 13% reflection of concerns for safety in the ever-changing world. And finally, technological advancement rounds up the poll at 12%, emphasizing the role of innovation in shaping our future. Well, it's no surprise that world peace tops the list, reflecting a shared desire for stability amid growing uncertainties. And let's hear from some of the voices behind these numbers. So So we have some of the comments here. First, we have, under Trump's first term, we faced significant produce shortages. Now, as Trump begins his second term, grocery prices are set to rise again. Now, next to it, we have Trump has laid out aggressive plans to impose tariffs on a vast swath of imports, implement a huge crackdown on undocumented immigrants, and enact sweeping tax cuts. Economists have warned such plans could boost inflation further. Now we have more comments following. Not even in office yet, and Trump has ushered in a ceasefire and hostage release in the Israel-Hamas war. You just wait till you see how fast the war in Ukraine comes to an end after January 20th. Then we have the problem with the new de-boosting negativity campaign is that it's up to Elon Musk to now decide what is negative. This is the exact way censorship began on Twitter 1.0, which ultimately led to doctors, scientists, journalists, and everyday Americans getting censored. And as we've been live today, audience comments are continuing to roll in. Let me just share a few. Don't know what Trump's administration gonna do to international students regarding visa application. And then we have Elon Musk spent more than $250 million on the election effort. Wonder his new role in the MAGA agenda. Then we have, how will Trump's second-term policies impact the entertainment industry, especially in terms of international co-productions? We have more comments following. These next 4 years could be pretty wild. His economic policies might keep pushing the stock market up. But when it comes to immigration and climate change, I feel like he won't budge. Honestly, I'm a bit worried that the divide in America could get worse, but I gotta admit, his supporters are incredibly loyal, almost like a hardcore fan club. I really hope we see more dialogue and collaboration instead of just more tearing apart. And we have one more here. With Trump back in power, he's probably going to crank up the whole America First thing again. And you know other countries are going to start sweating. Rival nations are definitely looking to cash in on this. Anyway, let's just sit back and watch this international relations drama unfold. Get ready for all the twists and turns. So it's clear that people around the world have strong opinions and hopes about the future. And there's still so much to watch as events unfold. And it's inspiring to see people around the world thinking deeply about what the future holds. Their voices are critical as we navigate this era of change, united by a common hope for a better world. And with that, I'll hand things over to my colleagues for their final reflections on today's discussions.
Thank you, Shin-Meng. In the past few hours of our special coverage, we heard voices, opinions from people from around the world in different languages. And we can see people, they want to make the world a better place to live in, where stability, prosperity, and opportunities for equal development can be achieved. But we're not naive. We're living in a time filled with uncertainties and challenges. So, Wang Guan, how should we embrace what's complex?
As I reflect on this whole thing, one thing that makes me a little sad was the fact that, when I first arrived in Washington as a correspondent, the first news that I covered was, the 100,000 strong initiative when then President Barack Obama launched that very initiative, enabling 100,000 American students to study in China. And then last year, Nicholas Burns, the former U.S. ambassador to China, said there's only 600 U.S. students studying in China. I mean, both you and I, we studied in the United States. I mean, we benefited from what the U.S. education has to offer. We learned about the great people, the culture of the country. I think these cultural exchanges should continue. And at the end of the day, it's really about getting China right? When President Xi keeps emphasizing and pointing to the very important point that he keeps coming back to is that there's a perception gap between what China is and what the Western world, and chief among them, the United States, perceives China to be, right? If you have 600 students out of your 300 million strong people studying in China, I mean, how can you get China right? Plus the CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News, they have very biased and filtered mechanisms when it comes to its coverage on China, on Russia. We both know this. So I think for our American friends watching this program, it really comes to having a great partnership of appreciating each other's nuances, getting China right, knowing that China wants to be friends of the United States, wants to be an equal partner. China wants to develop, so no thanks no to the export controls on chips. And also on the question of Taiwan, it is of paramount importance to the Chinese people. China will not try to split Hawaii or Puerto Rico or the U.S. Virgin Island out of the United States. So don't even try and dare to think that you can, help with the secessionist powers on the island of Taiwan. I can go on and on and on, but Jingjing, what do you think?
I think it is important because we do want to make friends with American people, and it's not just important for both our countries, both our people. It's important for the whole world, either trade or peace. But the thing is, even friends, we have boundaries. You cannot cross our red lines. And Taiwan question is definitely the core interest of China that should not be crossed.
Or the Communist Party of China. Don't even think about you can overthrow the government of China, right? That's another red line stipulated by President Xi, among others.
We both have our rights to achieve, follow the path that suits our own development. Method or mode, we won't change the United States, and the United States shouldn't want to change us either. So a mutual respect, so we can coexist peacefully.
Yeah, one more thing that President Xi referred to was human rights, right? Yeah. If you think about how the Chinese people live their lives now versus 40, 50 years ago when our parents lived their lives, it's a very different society. It's a very different country. Please respect what China has to offer these days, and come over here and check out people's lives.
Yeah, and you mentioned a lot of Chinese students actually go to the United States to study or to travel. And it's a large number, but we don't see that many American students here. So the communication cannot be just one way. So I do invite more people from the United States come over, either to study, to travel, to visit, to talk to us, just so we form these people-to-people connections. That's how we start understanding each other. So that's why I think Xiaohongshu, the right note, is a good start, because now we have a platform for people-to-people connections, right?
Yeah, start by following us, Wang Guan and Jingjing. Of course, Einer and Professor Gong.
Yes. So what about you guys? What's your thought on what should we do to embrace what comes next?
Always be willing to listen to somebody else if they want to tell your story. So it's the most powerful thing you can do. If I know how you're thinking and where you're coming from, it's very, very important, because then I can put my story in context to you. So China is very intent on telling its story, and its citizens, want to genuinely reach out, but always be willing to listen to the other person. The other thing is, it struck me about what you said, is that we're entering a time of change where there's, huge paradigm shift. And I like this idea that people need to be secure. They need to have a path to development, and they need to be respected. And I think that these are kind of principles that nations and individuals can embrace. So I think that there's a positive note. You might not be able to convince the elites in Washington about the need for humanity and a common man appeal. But you can reach out to ordinary people who suddenly realize that, we can get this right.
Yeah. Professor Gong?
Well, I think America is entering a new era, as promised by President Trump now during this campaign trail. His policy priorities are very much domestic oriented, in my view. He talks a laundry list of things he's going to do in today's speech, mostly domestically. But nevertheless, there are still things that are of international and global ramifications, especially as we alluded to earlier about the issues in Europe and about Panama. So it's a very different America we're seeing right now, unfolding in front of our eyes, and it's America, in my view, reminding me of America about 100 years ago, 150 years ago. President Trump describes it as the golden age of America, but it's very uncertain time, and maybe even precarious time for the rest of the world.
Yeah, maybe the golden rush time.
Just a couple of things. Been looking at the news about what he's signing. What's absent is nothing about tariffs, all right? Nothing about ending the war, which he said day one or beforehand, And he had at one time said he was going to end China's MFN status, most favored nation status, and that hasn't happened. So there's something positive there.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, we are facing a lot of challenges, uncertainties, but I think, as Professor Gong mentioned, looks threatening in a way, but also I think we cannot neglect the surging demand, growing demand of developing countries pushing for a more just global order. So we will, no matter what, we'll continue to build a community with a shared future for all mankind. Thank you all for staying with us with this special coverage. I hope you enjoyed it so far.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us in the studio
My
in
pleasure.
Beijing.
Well, my pleasure.
Lots of fun.
Yeah, I hope you enjoy this live stream and you enjoy all the opinions and voices from people from around the world. So before we end,
There's one more thing, one last thing, which is very important. We're going to show you how people around the world talk about today's event and their wishes and aspirations for the future.
My New Year's resolution for 2025 is to have more peace in my life. And I also pray the same for other countries in the world. This has been a year of so much bloodshed, and I hope for world peace all over the world.
Babban fata na shine Allah Ubangiji ya ƙara samar da zaman lafiya, kwanciyar hankali, zaman wadata da zaman jituwa a duk fadin duniya baki ɗaya. Amin.
I'm hoping 2025 would be the year that my country, Lebanon, stand back on its feet. The past couple of years have been very challenging for us Lebanese, economically, politically, on a security level. We just came out of a very destructive war. And so I'm hoping the next year would be the year of us rebuilding the country, the infrastructure, the political institutions, the economy.
سكان المنطقة تعيش في استقرار ورخاء ويكون في استثمار أكبر وحب أكتر ما بين الشعوب العربية وكل شعوب العالم.
By w nadchodzącym roku świat był bardziej pokojowy, a ludzie mogli rozwiązywać więcej problemów poprzez dialog.
كما تشاء أن المنظر هنا جميل وهادئ جدا، ولكن العالم في هذا العام ما زال مليئا بالصراعات والحروب. أتمنى للعام الجديد أن يبتعد العالم عن الحروب والصراعات ويجد السلام من جديد.
Question about 25, maybe after the war she will finish, maybe I will live together. We hope the war will finish and the peace will come to all the world.
都是跟朋友商量着来，都是互相。
Despite falling many times,